Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome to the stream. Tonight, we conclude season 2 of X-Men 97. And then after that, we have all kinds of fun, nerdy stuff to talk about. We got Alex Perez's dropping Discord Q&As and an article about Black Panther 3. Got a whole bunch of fun, what appears to be casting drama as regards the upcoming X-Men movie and what we may or may not see at D23. We have the goods. So pull up your Disney Plus and fill your cup and light your smoke because it's time to get nerdy. Well, hello. How's everyone doing? Welcome on in to the final split stream on Wednesday for a while because, as mentioned earlier, tonight, right now ish, is the X-Men 97 Season 2 finale, which we will be watching all together. And then once that is concluded, and we're done chit-chatting about that, and then we're going to talk about all kinds of fun, nerdy news from a few different sources. It'll be great. It'll be fun. It'll be informative. It'll be interesting. Oh, ha, 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 Executive Judge. First of all, fuck you on the finally. You like music, so shut up. Walter White. Yeah. I don't have cancer, and I don't know how to cook meth. Still, that is kind of a good one, though. I mean, credit where it's due. That's kind of a good one. Also, fuck you. How we doing, Brooke and Executive Judge? We doing well? How are things? How's your week been so far? Has it been an okay week? Has it been a shit-tastic week? Has it been a great week? What are we looking at? Ooh, yeah. Well, Brooke's about to get dinner. Wise decision. I had dinner. Had some coney dog with some cheese sauce on it. It was yummy. It was yummy. I enjoyed it very much. You had a good week? Yay. That is good to see. I like when my peoples have a good time. Which is why I at least attempt to be entertaining on these here streams. Oh shit, I'm all like, get your Disney Plus pulled up. I haven't even got mine pulled up yet. Oh. Okay. for reference, chat, you click on your Disney Plus or do it. Been dodging spoilers for the finale all day. I've seen a couple, but like I've said, plenty. Having info beforehand is one thing. Seeing how it's executed is a whole nother thing. Really wish they dropped these 9 p.m. like they do for live action shows. 100% agree. 100% agree. Yeah, so you click on Disney Plus, you click on Marvel, you click on X-Men 97, and this is where you should be at. And this is what we're watching. Episode 9, final episode. Survival of the Fittest. That's our entertainment. To begin the evening. The rest of the evening, your entertainment is me. Just got to the sandwich restaurant. Nice. Can't beat a good sandwich. Just been busy with work. Yeah. I just saw a small insect flying. Spicy Dan, what up? All right, so we have a fair chunk of news to talk about, as I alluded to earlier. So we are clicking play no later than 9:20, as we need to get this episode watched, chatted about, and then we got plenty of other stuff to go over. Developments, updates, possible issues, all tonight for your pleasure, but not ribbed, at least not right now. So how's life in Pepperland, Spicy Dan? How goes the South? That is hot. Some of it hot to the point where you may as well be drinking sulfuric acid. Might play on time with y'all, might not. Oh, right. You don't have ads, I'm guessing, is why you say that. Hopefully you can stay for the party. Yes, I agree. Hopefully you can. Hopefully you can. So speaking of season finales, y'all caught up on the House of the Dragon? Have you watched? Well, first of all, have you been watching the show? And if so, have you at this point watched the season finale from that, which aired on Sunday at 9 p.m. weekly? Which is how they're treating Lanterns this coming Sunday on HBO, 9 p.m. One episode a week. Same time slot. I can only assume they're hoping for carryover. Like, people are already used to turning us on at 9. How about, we just slide this superhero show in there in the same time slot and see what fucking happens. Which, is not a bad strategy. I mean, TV back in Mayday, like scheduling by time slot was a massive thing they did. They'd take a hit show and then they'd put a less hit show on right after that, hoping people just were like, fuck it, I'll just watch this too. You haven't seen House of the Dragon or Game of Thrones? Okay. What about you, Spicy Dan? You up on Game of Thrones? I mean, Hot D? I'm up on that Hot D. Pause. Yeah, baby. I've cracked a millie. Seems Marvel and DC are really locking into their movies now, but we'll talk about that after the season finale. Yes, that does appear to be the case. We have mentioned it before, but I'm willing to talk about it some more. Yeah, I know what you're talking about in regards to that, like all the DC news that dropped today. Yeah, we gonna talk about it. You watched the finale? It was pretty good. Yeah, I was pleased. I thought the season had been good, but not great, and I was like, this finale better slap, and it did so. I am well pleased with the finale. Definitely, for me at least, raised the level of the season as a whole. Salami, pepperoni, roast beef sandwich. Damn, that sounds fucking good, dog. Got any veggies or any kind of sauce on it? Yes, Your Honor, we will be getting into that as well. Right? You ain't passing me that sandwich. You know what you should be passing me. Just saying. All right, does everyone have their Disney Plus pulled up? Because I ain't trying to stream for 4 fucking hours, so we need to get on this shit. All right, it needs to be on this here screenage. So here's, if you're regular, you know how this goes. But if you're new and you were kind enough to click on this stream, first of all, thank you. And of course, thank you guys who've been in the chat. Appreciate all of you. First thing I need everyone to do, live, lurking, replay, what have you, all of you, click the like. Tap it. However you do it. And if you are new, I need you to hit those other 2 buttons called subscribe and the bell. So if you're new, I need you to click /tap 3 things. If you've been around and you're already subbed, then hit that button. Look like this. Or play from the continue watching section too. Yeah. Oh, right on, bro. Yeah. So. No, don't do that. Stop. Shut up. Okay, cool. Do that. I can mute that. Get that ready. So here's how we do round cheer. Now that I'm back on that subject, after finally properly welcoming everyone else in. So, I have ads on my Disney Plus. So, how this will work, if you don't have ads, this is how you will basically keep time, should you elect to. Or you can, watch your shit straight through and enjoy me staring at my monitor like this. For however long it takes me to finish. Pause. Anyway, so if you do not have ads, here's how it works. When an ad pops up, I will say ad. You pause. And if I recall correctly, literally this thing when I click play on this shit, first thing I see is an ad. But regardless of that fact, let's not assume, I will say ad. If you don't have ads, you pause. When the ads are over, I will say we're back. You play. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward. That's how it works. All right. It is time. It is time to see what the X-Men team, both the one on screen and the one behind the scenes that created the one on screen, decided to provide for us for the season finale. One mo again. Excuse me, from this screen. You click this, or as Executive Judge pointed out, you can always go from the continue playing section as well, but either way, we're clicking very, very shortly. You want to know how shortly? I'll tell you. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Do it. Ad, as predicted. Let's play that theme. Oh, dude. Someone posted to Twitter. It's like, put a theme that will forever be awesome or some shit like that. I'm like, X-Men. Animated X-Men. What up, Sanoff? You haven't caught up in a while, but what's up? Hell, I'm glad to see you whenever you can be here, man. That goes for everybody, obviously, and by the way, but yeah. Interesting concept for an automobile commercial. We're back. Oh no, well, kinda. No, never mind. This is a Disney ad for the Ninth Jedi, which I need to watch actually, because the Ninth Jedi episode and Visions was dope. All right, now we're back. Previously on X-Men. Here we go. Don't skip nothing. Don't skip anything. The 1990s. Oh, here we go. Brandon. 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 Hell, motherfucking yeah. Here we go. Please be good. Please be a slappy episode. Damn right, a bunch of nerds. Randon's other account. Nerd is better than being a criminal? Yeah. Although, technically, I've been a criminal. I bought weed in the night. I bought weed when it was still illegal. I have drink and drive. Calling the police? Okay. Is it just me, or is there's like a fucking cave from Aladdin? A diamond in the rough. Well, she does have that badass jewel in her chest, too. Ad. You were trolling a stream that Snyder versus back and Gun is gone. I was just joking because I'm looking forward to Lanterns and Clayface too. I'll have fun. Oh yeah. I mean, I'm gonna watch Clayface, just not in the theater. Like I'm not gonna go spend theater money on a Clayface movie with no Batman in it. That might be the coolest iPhone commercial I've ever seen in my life. Kia commercial. Do 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 do. All right, we're almost there. We're almost back. Almost. I didn't say we are. I said almost. Now we're back officially. Man, you better be sending more than normal dudes, bro. Okay, that's more than normal dudes. Oh, I see. Sentinel like battle armor. It's kind of cool, actually. Ah, is that some jungle fever I detect? Boycott Activision. What Activision do to you? Says I need a movie with Strong Guy and Bishop. That would be a fun movie. Oh, hey, look, it's a whole celestial. Apocalypse, apocalypse. Well, Rogue's getting a glow up. Yeah, I like how they kind of gave him a little priest collar there too. Nightcrawler, that is. Oh shit. Add. Yep, definitely my favorite iPhone commercial ever. Chimtrails. Ooh, deli meat commercial. Soccer league commercial. And we're back. Impressive. She says delicate touch and whips out a tornado. It's funny as I've been watching like severe weather shit on Discovery. Lots of tornadoes. That is one hell of a gun. Oh no, he's Doc Ock. That's cool. Hilt. I mean, he ain't wrong. His brains are fairly scrambled. I say, about damn time. You're surrounded by metal. I had thought of who would, at least vocally wise, make a almost the perfect cable, but I fucking forgot. That's so aggravating. Because now I'm going to be wanting to think of it and never will. Rar. Yeah, right in the fucking face. Did Morph just come in as Reed Richards? What, Gambito Lips? Gambito Lips. I don't know how I feel about Gambito Lips. Ad. Is that Catherine Hahn just did an Amazon ad? Did I really just see? Okay, well, hey, whatever. Get your bag, girl. Online casino commercial. Really? I just saw a commercial for 7-Eleven trying to get people to open 7-Elevens. Oop, and we're back. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Oh, shit. I completely forgot about Rogue. Damn, it's going to piss me off until I can think of the voice. Seriously? Oh, there's a post credit. Let her roll. Let her roll. Well, mid credit, I guess you'd call it. After the team stuff. Okay, here we go. Oh, it's a Mystique. Ooh. All right. Interesting. Okay, that's it. All right. Okay, chat. What'd you think? Let me know. Let me know. I gotta say, what'd you think, bro? I gotta say, I was like, okay, this is going pretty all right. Until the end, I was like, what the fuck? How the hell you ended on like Nightcrawler glowing out? Well, first of all, why the fuck you killing Nightcrawler? Like, what the hell? And Apocalypse is now a jewel. Okay. Not sure if the post credit was teasing though, aside from Mystique. Yeah, I have no idea either. But obviously, Mystique's gonna get up to some big time shenanigans in season 3 next year. She has plans. She has schemes. She has things she's gonna do. But here's the thing, though. At the end of season 1, with the whole Charles attacking Magneto brain thing, they were obviously setting up fucking. What's his goddamn name? Now I forget everything. Not Strife. Strife is fucking. Why can I not think of anything I want to think of? God damn it. Onslaught. There we go. Jesus. It totally looked like they were setting up Onslaught. We got nothing. Then I can't remember. I think it was one of the Apocalypse episodes when Charles was going on a mine trip. There was like a cracked moon or cracked world or something that like kind of looked like Onslaught's helmet. Still nothing. Apocalypse is trapped in a jewel. Yeah, it's back. Awesome. Nightcrawler's gone. Kind of shitty. And Mystique is gonna run around as Val Cooper and cause mayhem. Destabilize Graydon Creed's new presidency. Fuck things up for the mutants. That kind of thing. Problem. But they better be like getting into something a bit bigger than Mystique being up to shenanigans. Now here's a question: is Val Cooper fucking dead? Excuse me. I mean, obviously they made it look like she, that Mystique killed her. So was the Val we were seeing Mystique the whole time, or she gone? I don't think the whole time. No. Honestly, the context of the post credit to me made it seem like that was like step one in her plan of shenanigans. And at some points in time, she probably could have been. I don't know. That's just the impression I got from that post credit was that was how she was able to, getting in there doing that was step one of her plan. Cool. So on the whole, good season. Not great. Not as good as season one. And for me, that's all down to Bo DeMeo being gone. I'm not saying the writers that are currently working on it are bad by any stretch. They're not bad. The show did not suck. But they just don't have whatever it is that Bo does. That's just basically how it fucking is. They don't have the extra sauce that Bo DeMeo has when it comes to this shit. Or at least they didn't this season. Maybe they figured a couple things out, and maybe it'll be better next season. Hopefully. But it was 100% weaker than season 1. 100% weaker than season 1. I give the season a 7.5. apparently in season 3 we really need to worry about. Yeah, because Bo only wrote 2 seasons worth of his story. And I think some of the writing team, unfortunately, came from What If. So that's a bit worrisome. But we'll find out in about a year. Because they're putting them shits out yearly. So, any more thoughts on that, or shall we start getting into the newsy news? All right. Let us then get into the newsies. After I gamble. And grab a soda. Much better. Oh, fuck you. Okay. Where to begin? So, we found out late last week who our Scott Summers is going to be in the upcoming X-Men movie, the MCU version of the X-Men. Obviously, we've known about CD Sync's Jean Grey for a while, but, you know, as of the premiere of Brand New Day, it was officially official for everybody. Speaking of which, I have yet to see one motherfucker who is out there like there's no fucking way CD Sync is Jean Grey. That'd be dumb. It'd be stupid to introduce an X-Men and Spider-Man movie. Yada, 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 yada. I haven't seen one of those motherfuckers own their L yet. Not one. Not on Twitter. Not in Josh's chat. Nothing. Fucking crickets in those bitches. I'm not afraid to own my L. If I get something wrong. Like, for example, I shortchanged Spider-Man. Some projections. Now, granted, it's still early time. Movie's only going to have been out for its third weekend, but it does pick up some IMAX screens this weekend, which I think helped with these projections. I prognosticated 1.9 to 2.3 billion. There's projections already saying it's going to hit 2.5. Now, Endgame grossed what, 2.9? Almost just under 2.9. Alright, what was I doing? Oh yeah, looking up global box offices. For comparison. Number. 2.8. Okay, just under 2.8. Did Infinity War crack too? What did Infinity War make? It just cracked 2 billion. Didn't quite get to 2.1. It was 2 billion, 48 million, yada, yada, yada. Okay, so Brand New Day is going to make more than Infinity War. As soon as it hits 2.1, it's done that. But the question is will it hit 2 billion? The question is not, will it make more than Infinity War? The question is, how much more than 2 billion will this movie make? Some projections have it 2.4, 2.5. Like, damn. That would make only Endgame to have made more than this movie is going to make. Just Endgame. Brand New Day going to be number 2. Possibly only 400 million, or possibly, yeah. No, possibly only 300 million under Endgame. Potentially. So, that, first of all, holy shit. I mean, we all know Spider-Man is the most popular superhero in the world. Period. Bar none. Batman's up there. Probably number 2 overall around the globe. But Spider-Man is it. Period. Now, obviously, the inclusion of the Punisher and the Incredible Hulk probably helped at least some. But just in general, those trailers were amazing. They made that movie look super good. People showed up and found out it actually was super good. I've seen so much anecdotal evidence of like repeat viewing after repeat viewing. Like I've seen a lot of people be like, "Oh, this is my 3rd time. Couldn't get into IMAX the first 2, so now I'm going to see it in IMAX." I saw one motherfucker who was like viewing number 5. I was like, damn. So yeah, that's helping a lot. Yeah, like Spider-Man's making all the money. All of it. I know that was a side tangent just because I brought up fucking Sadie Sink. But, and of course, probably some word of mouth about, oh shit, she's fucking Jean Grey. Got people curious for Weekend 2. Because it had a pretty good Weekend 2. Set another domestic record, I think. Like, domestically, it is beating Endgame. It's the international, or it's not keeping up. But domestically, it is beating Endgame. And it's on pace to, like, do so. You know how you're watching, like, an Olympic event, and they have, like, those, what do you call it? Splits. Right now, Spider-Man is ahead of Endgame in the splits. Whether it can match Endgame's pace all the way till the end, domestically. That's, my camera. I'm going to stick my hand up too close. That's funny. Where was I? Yeah. This is all domestically. So yeah, it's on pace to make more than Endgame in the domestic market, which is fucking nuts. So yeah, this fucking movie is gonna make all the money. But yeah, so we have officially Sadie Sink as Jean Grey after the premiere. Last week we got 2 casting announcements. I believe both were last week. We got God damn it, what's her name? Samara Weaving as Emma Frost. And I had only seen older pictures of Samara until like today. Motherhood has blessed her. Let's just say her build is closer to Emma Frost than it was before. I think you'll know what I'm saying. So now we have 3. And we also, so far as Professor X goes, we have Bill Skarsgård still in the running. We heard about a guy named Tom Pelphrey who was in the running, but according to the Hollywood Reporter, he ain't there. So let's go through this real quick. This article is from, I believe, last Friday. The Hollywood Reporter Heat Vision. It's a shorter newsletter of theirs. Paramount. So it looks like just the top part of this has to do with Marvel anyway. Yeah, so just this top part. We're going to rock this real quick. A new wave of Marvel mania has taken hold of the nation. Audiences and fans are still flocking to Spider-Man Brand New Day, which had the biggest week in domestic box office history, crossing 500 million faster than even Avengers Endgame. Expected to have one of the biggest second weekends in history, which it did. Yeah, this came out Friday. Don't expect a new Spidey movie to happen quickly, however. The first 3 of the Holland movies are released about every 2 years, while Brand New Day had a 5-year gap. Yeah, they could have a 5-year gap because Sony's stupid asses were pumping out those shitty Spider-Man villain movies, but those qualified in order for them to keep their license because they were Spider-Man characters. Moving on. But do expect Destin Daniel Cretton to be on set in the coming year. That's because Cretton is next turning his attention to Naruto, which aims to go into production in the first half of 2027, which is also a reason he's a bit busy for season 2 of Wonder Man. And why that's gone, partially. He's been with the Lionsgate adaptation of the manga since before joining Brand New Day, and the studio now suddenly finds itself with one of the hottest directors in town. You think? Been a head-spinning 7 days from Marvel and Cretton. Even as Brand New Day was hitting theaters a week ago, Cretton's Wonder Man got the axe, and Mahershala Ali went scorched earth on Marvel over Blade. And I am 100% behind his scorched earth policy. This follows on the heels of Marvel's San Diego reveal of Ryan Gosling playing Ghost Rider and David Johnson, the new Black Panther. And as much as many say the superheroes are over, comic book movies are over, Marvel is over, or Marvel is so over, the box office says otherwise. And you know what else says otherwise? The unending speculation and rumor mongering of who or who isn't in the new X-Men feature. That's true. A lot of motion on that subject. So far, Samara Weaving as Emma Frost and Kit Connor as Cyclops Scott Summers have a legitimate foothold on the call sheet. But Marvel has been reading and testing actors for months, and as rumors have it, Marvel could have a banger reveal at next week's D23. Yes. But what is real and what isn't? Well, there was an Asa Butterfield rumor this week. That one we can tell you was way off base. That would be them putting the smackdown on something Jeff Snyder said. But what is true is that another Asa German of Scream 7 and Gen V, did taste for Cyclops. He clearly didn't get it, but is it possible he was awarded another role? Marvel isn't responding. And while we're on the subject of Cyclops, we can tell you there was strong interest in Cooper Hoffman, according to sources, but scheduling nixed that idea pretty early on. Yeah, okay, it was scheduling. Sure. Whatever you say, dog. Then there are the Professor X rumors. Bill Skarsgård seemed to have emerged from certain quarters, who certainly seem so certain about the claims. We can tell you with certainty that Christopher Abbott and Tom Pelphrey both tested for the role, and Pelphrey did not get it. But did Abbott? Or is it possible the Dark Horse contender nabbed it? Marvel isn't responding. Well, they wouldn't. And we haven't even touched the Atom driver of it all, Magneto Pshaw. Or more like Sebastian Shaw. Anyway, if we had a hands up and frustration emoji available, we'd use it now. All eyes are on next week's D23. Okay, so dig into this a little bit. Any Naruto fans out there? Are you excited about Destin Daniel Cretton's live action version of Naruto? Let's start there. Anime is highly nerdy. And, thanks to Brand New Day, Dustin Daniel Cretton now has crossover appeal. Like, I've never watched Naruto in my life. What up, Delta Dan? I have no idea, like, should I even choose to watch Dustin Daniel Cretton's live action Naruto? I would have no idea how faithful he's being to the IP. Not a clue. I would just be like, hey, dope action done by Dustin Daniel Cretton. Let's do this shit. So, I mean, on paper, that sounds cool, even as someone who knows jack shit about that franchise. And when I say jack shit, I mean absolutely nothing. When I say absolutely nothing, I mean squat. Nada. Zip, zero, zilch. Thing. Thing. Oh. But I'll bet it's good. At least aesthetically. Alright, so. Again, we know about Sadie. We know Sadie Jean. We know Samara Emma. And we know Kit Connor Cyclops. Did you miss anything? No, not really. I read a short, abbreviated article about X-Men casting, which obviously is a big deal, considering what's happening Friday, which we will get to. But this is all coming from the Hollywood Reporter Heat Vision newsletter. Excuse me. So now we are on to... I don't care about aphid women. So the important part is the Professor X section. Hollywood Reporter talked about Bill Skarsgård's name being out there a ton, which it has been. And then they are letting us know that it is a fact that Christopher Abbott and Tom Pelphrey both tested for the Xavier role. They are 100% sure it ain't Pelphrey. But beyond that, they are not sure who did get it. Was it Skarsgård? Was it Abbott? Was it some other motherfucker that Marvel was able to hide from us? Because they are getting much better at that shit lately. I don't know if y'all noticed. Like, we knew a lot about Spider-Man, but, like, we knew... What we didn't know was still way more than what we did. It's the same case with Doomsday. We know some stuff, but what we don't know is way more than what we do know. There will still be plenty of surprises in that box. They had David Johnson cast as the adult version of T'Challa Jr. 6 months before they announced it at SDCC. There wasn't a peep from anyone on that. Now, there are some rumored peeps about Storm, and we'll get to those. But they have to do with Black Panther 3 and not the X-Men. So, at this point in time, all anyone has are guesses, or the people that know are not confirming a fucking thing. So as far as we know, Professor X will be Bill Skarsgård. Will potentially be Bill Skarsgård. Will potentially be Christopher Abbott, or could potentially be someone that Marvel is hiding the way they did David Johnson. Hopefully, we'll find out on Friday. And then they hint that Adam Driver will be not Magneto, not Mr. Sinister, but the leader of the Hellfire Club, one Sebastian Shaw. Which, honestly, I see the vision on that. I do. Adam Driver would be really good in that role. I don't know like a fuck ton of deets on Sebastian Shaw. I just know he's a mutant, obsessed with cosmic power and domination, of course, that kind of thing. So, but I do remember a couple storylines in the original X-Men 95, I guess we want to call it now. And he was cool there. What was his mutant power? He can absorb energy like Bishop. But I think it just makes him like physically stronger. He doesn't like store it and then discharge it the way Bishop does. I think he just gets stronger and or more dense. Someone correct me if I'm wrong on that. But yeah, a power-hungry dude like Sebastian Shaw, Adam Driver will be able to handle that quite nicely, I think. And just the concept of the Hellfire Club is cool. And as Emma Frost was a member of the Hellfire Club for quite some time herself, that also makes sense. We could have Samara Weaving working for Adam Driver at some point in time during the Mutant Saga. Potentially right from jump. And of course, we all know that she spent time on the actual X-Men team. She spent time on Cyclops. He spent time on her. And I'm like, in a literal sense, on each other. Naked. I'm saying they were bumping ugly. Anyway. So it all kind of ties together. But there are other things as regards the X-Men cast. Emma Frost casting as Fire, yes. And today I finally saw her, because people have mentioned that she's recently had a child and that her build has been enhanced by motherhood, as it were. And the only pictures I could find of her for a while were like pre that. But today I finally saw post that. And yeah, she has a bit more of a comic book build to her now. That's probably the best way to put it. Fuck. Am I not bookmarking? Is it hiding in my... What the fuck is wrong with me? Alright, hold on. Alright, bear with me. I fucked this one up, chat. Fuck this one up. Oh yeah, here we go. In case you were wondering, this is what mommy built Samara Weaving looks like. I'd say she looks a bit more like Emma Frost than she did previously. What do you guys think? Anywho. close. Okay, here we go. I found it. So, we have 3 official. They're close to having, and again, those are Gene, Scott, and Emma. Marvel may have settled Professor X, but if they have, and if anyone knows about it, they're not saying it. So as far as we know, it's down to Bill Skarsgård. I already forgot the other homie's name. Fuck that one. I did that. God damn it. Alright, well, I already got rid of the guy's name. Oh, Tom Abbott. That's fucking name. Yeah, it could be Bill Skarsgård, could be Tom Abbott, could be someone Marvel hid really well, like they hid David Johnson for Black Panther 3. We should find out on Friday, I think, probably. We'll get more into detail about D23 later. But there have been a couple other names that have been thrown around as people that are probably cast. We've been hearing for quite some time that Charles Melton will be playing Hank McCoy, a.k.a. The Beast. And we've been hearing that Kaylee Spaney, I believe also of Alien Romulus. So that'd be fun. Her and David Johnson team up again, I think. Right? Wasn't she the lead in Romulus? Yeah. Yeah. So that'd be kind of fun. Her coming in, her rumored role was Rogue. And then, you know, she'll meet her sent from Romulus as this time as T'Challa, son of T'Challa. That'd be interesting. Anyway, so those names have been put out there associated with those 2 particular Marvel characters for a hot minute now. But there may be a bit of an issue, chat. Let us check this shit out. This comes from Murphy's Multiverse. Oh, he upgraded the top of this page. Well done, Charles. All right. By the way, not that it matters, not that it'll probably matter to many people, but Mr. Murphy is a fellow Michigander. In other words, he and I are both from Michigan. Again, doesn't matter, but I just think it's cool. Anyway, so he writeth the following yesterday. As Deadline adds to the hype of a potential X-Men cast reveal during the August 14th Disney Entertainment Showcase at D23, recent reports suggest that Marvel Studios has yet to lock down the core members of the ensemble. Aw, shit. Charles Melton, who has been considered a lock for the role of Hank McCoy for a couple of months, has reportedly not signed on yet, and apparently he's not alone. Now, there had been initial reports. Yeah, I meant to leave the background music on. Set it where it's normally set, too. Yeah. Yeah, no, I leave my music on the whole time. Yeah, so there were initially reports that really led to a big kerfluffle where that Melton had been like, nah, man, I'm good. Like that he was out. Like that they had to find a whole new fucking actor. But some updates came in from a couple different people. And it's not that he gone, it's that he's still negotiating. They just don't have him locked up. But he's still like the lead and in the running. But evidently there's still some haggling going on behind the scenes. I would assume that's him trying to get more money. So apparently he hasn't signed on, and apparently, according to industry insider Caleb Williams and backed up by Daniel Ricky Ticky Taviman, Kaylee Spaley has joined Melton in holding up a potential D23 celebration of a new era of X-Men. Like Melton, Spaney, that's her, has been rumored to be the studio's choice for a key role for quite some time. The Alien Romulus star was allegedly cast as the X-Men's most popular female powerhouse, Rogue, a character who was vastly underserved in Fox's efforts with the franchise. That is true. While other actresses were also rumored for the role, Spaney's potential inclusion generated notable buzz on social media, with the idea trending very positive, except in the den. Hollywood is always in motion, and things tend to change swiftly. Heading into D23, that's a double-edged sword, as Marvel could easily lock down one or both Melton and Spaney, or move on to different actors for the roles well before Friday's expected but totally not confirmed cast reveal. Okay, so might have some casting issues going on for the X-Men movie. Brings to mind a couple questions. Question 1. Does that really matter? In general. Kinda yes, kinda no. I mean, it matters because, they've made their choices. They have decided by whatever means, months of auditions, chemistry tests, that kind of shit. They have decided that these are the people they want for the movie. Now, smart people would have backups. Backup plans, backup ideas, in this case, backup actors/actresses. In case first choices do not materialize for whatever reason. It would be dumb if they didn't. I guarantee they do. That aside, it would be a bummer if they did not get their first choice. Will it matter? Will it matter in the long run? Only if the second choice is a massive step down from the first choice and not that good of an actor/actress. Then it would suck. But in the grand scheme of things, Marvel has backups. So if they don't get these two, oh well. Also, if they don't get these two in time, or anybody, in time for D23 and the expected, but not guaranteed, X-Men character announcement, cast announcement, they don't necessarily need, like, everybody there anyway. They could pop out the 3 knowns. Again, that's Sadie, Kit, and Samara. And then they could just make the simple addition of whoever they pick for Professor X and just call it there. That would be enough. I mean, because you'd have, and possibly if they brought out Adam Driver, that'd be pretty cool too, as Sebastian Shaw. Again, because he and Emma Frost, character-wise, have ties. I don't know if Driver and Samara Weaving have any ties, but Sebastian Shaw and Emma Frost, of course. Sebastian runs the Hellfire Club, and she was part of it for quite a while. So if they brought out the 3 knowns, whoever's playing Professor X, and then Adam Driver is Shaw, while it would be nice to know the entire core team, I think we'd be fine with just those 5. If that's what we got, if that's all they can give, I'd be cool with that. What about you guys? Now, of course, when the Milton story first broke that he was out, people were like, "Oh fuck, is D23 fucked?" Now, right after SDCC, there was some speculation that like they only had a 45-minute thing, and that it started a half hour late because like there were some kind of issues behind the scenes. I don't know. No one knows if it's like they had people lined up and then they ended up not being able to make it, so they had to cut that whole chunk of the presentation. Who knows? But based on that and that speculation, which is still running fairly strong, this happening right before D23 had people being like, "Shit, are they even going to do any X-Men announcement at D23, or is this going to fuck everything up?" Kind of like SDCC may have gotten fucked up. I mean, right off the bat, I can understand people wondering that, especially again, given the lacklusterness, for whatever reason, of the SDCC presentation, Hall H. But once you get past that initial "oh fuck, something is going massively wrong" reaction, as I was saying just a few minutes ago, you don't need Beast for the announcement. You don't need Rogue for the announcement. Again, would it be dope if they did bring out like the core X-Men group plus Emma? Yes, that would be entirely dope if we knew the entire core X-Men group, but it is not necessary. Take the three we have, add the Professor, maybe add Adam Driver, Sebastian Shaw, call it a day. You're good. Be good for now. And a release date, an official release date would be good. I mean, we know for sure Black Panther is the December 2028 slot. And I can't remember if it's been officially confirmed, but Ghost Rider is going to take the July slot, which leaves the May slot open. And everyone and their brother presumes that's X-Men. No idea what else it could be. I mean, other than they leave it empty and leave it just 2 movies in 2028. But if it's only going to be 2 movies in 2028, guess which one they could probably do without in 2028. You bounce Ghost Rider, leave May blank, and give X-Men the July slot. Honestly, if Ghost Rider actually does have that July slot, and they are putting X-Men out in 2028, which they probably are, like super high percentage. In my mind, you give the big dogs the biggest slot, which it would be X-Men in July and Ghost Rider in May. But we'll see how that works out. Either way, hopefully we get an official date announcement for the movie. I mean, at a minimum, they'll bring out the 3 we know, yap about it a little bit, try and generate some hype, give it a release date, and call it a day. But hopefully we get more than just those 3. I mean, obviously, speak for yourself, I need Rogue. I'm saying we don't need Rogue specifically Friday. We definitely need Rogue in the movie. Now, I'm guessing Professor X actor will be Ward Meacham, as he's one of the only actors who worked previously for Marvel out of the list of actors. Oh yeah, going back to that rumor that they do have Professor X, and he technically has worked for Marvel before. That's right. There is that rumor. Ward Meacham. I'm trying to remember who the fuck that is. Oh yeah, that homie. What's his damn name? The actual actor. Oh, I'm just typing the word actor. What's your name, bro? Oh, that's Tom Pelfrey. Yeah, according to Hollywood Reporter, not him at all. According to Hollywood Reporter, it is not going to be him. Wish he'd just return his ward. He suits a psychopathic role. It's true. Yeah, Skarsgård definitely suits a psychopathic role. Yeah, no, will not be Pelfrey. According to Hollywood Reporter, which means it's not going to be Pelfrey. But he did try out for it. So in reality, we are going to get some X-Men shit at D23. Whether or not they actually have Melton and Spaney, I mean, it'd be cool if they do, but for this weekend, not 100% necessary. So, one other thing before I move down. I should start writing something. Oh, yeah. So, between the news that Kaylee Spaney is not locked in, and then we have... All right. Well, regardless. Between that and then when Odessa Azion was doing an interview for some other project she's in, she was asked about the Rogue rumors. This is a bit truncated, but because this stupid page is gone from this link. Flip. Yeah, that's it. All right. There it is. Always have this flow. All right. So again, she was doing an interview for another project that she's in, which I don't know. And again, they asked her about Rogue, and she says, "I don't know if I can answer that question. I don't know. I genuinely have no idea." She said it right there. So I don't know about y'all, but that totally sounds like a Marvel employee being coy. I don't know if y'all noticed that. So, is it the case that they don't have Kaylee Spaney locked? And unlike the news that they are still in negotiation with Melton, I haven't really heard it said. Oh, wait, I take that back. Yeah, evidently they are still trying to lock Spaney, but there is the possibility, Chad, that even this information, which is current to us, might actually be older. I mean, we've had that happen before. Any number of times now. Information will trickle out, and then a couple months it'll be like, oh, wait, nope, that's not the case. And we'll be like, wait, what the fuck happened? And it'll turn out that the information that was disseminated initially was a month or two old by the time it got told to whatever insider it got told to. So it's entirely possible that at this point in time, Marvel actually does have Melton and Spaney locked down. Or they have Melton locked down and Odessa locked down because they couldn't get shit figured out with Spaney. And personally, between the two, I think Odessa, at least look-wise, is a better choice anyway. I mean, this is, a decent comparison here. And then there are other pictures of Odessa which confirm other assets she has that would work for those, like this curly hair, which, they could dye it, they could just pile it up and stick it under a wig, they could do any number of things. But yeah, she definitely has more attributes than Kaylee Spaney does, in my opinion. So, once we take into account the fact that this could be old information, we could get the Core 5 this Friday. Or whoever. Because they could have everything set, and this information could be old. I rushed the app on that I thought about. Might not be here forever. Alright. Now, so far as any other things go, it was Marvel-wise on Friday. One would assume they're going to talk more about Doomsday. Because, now that Spider-Man's out, that's next up. So the question now is, what are they going to do for Doomsday? And also we're probably getting the Vision Quest trailer, which according to grumpy ass fuck Disney Plus Marvel content Josh is actually a good trailer. And I've seen a couple other people say that now too. So I'm looking forward to that. But word on the streets is we will get that SDCC trailer this Friday. So instead of waiting months like we did for the CinemaCon trailer, we could be just have waited 3 weeks for the SDCC trailer. I don't know how many of you, if any of you, saw it when it got leaked like 45 minutes after the fucking Hall H ended, but I did saw it. And it is pretty damn cool, and I can't wait to see it like in 4K and not like recorded from fucking 25 feet away on someone's goddamn phone. Or meta glasses or whatever they used. Now, people are saying that. More and more people are saying that. But we will see. Now, also, another reason people think that, actually the main reason people think that we'll get it this week, is also because on Friday, Doomsday tickets go on sale for the United States. This Friday, we the people will be able to purchase Doomsday tickets. And that's going to be really, really interesting to see the numbers that generates, especially since we just had all these crazy numbers that Spider-Man had, right? And of course, and yes, obviously we got the CinemaCon trailer drop when Doomsday tickets went on sale, but those were the Infinity Vision tickets only, the premium format. All formats are the rest of the formats are going to go on sale this Friday. And by the rest of the formats, I mean pretty much standard formats. Because Infinity Vision pretty much includes all premium. I'm not sure about 4DX, but maybe. Probably. Yeah. Premium screens are Infinity Vision, but standard screens will go on sale on Friday. Now, the premium screen one did pretty well. It'll be interesting to see how much more business gets drummed up by the rest of the sales. But the point is they released a trailer with the Infinity Vision pre-sales. So if they stick with that pattern, we'll get the SDCC trailer the same day that the standard format sales pop off. That's the hope, and people are saying that will be the case. So, allegedly, because I have my doubts personally, I feel like they have no problem making us wait months. And as I've talked about, as I've mentioned before, if they're doing the standard 3 trailer thing, and we got the first actual trailer last month, it only makes sense to not get the SDCC trailer. If that is in fact their planned second trailer, let's also keep that in the back of our heads, that we don't get that bitch till like next month. And then we'd get the final one in November. So it'd be 2 months, doomsday. But I'm hoping these motherfuckers are right and it's this fucking weekend. I want to see the dopeness in high definition, high resolution, good sound. In other words, I'm gonna watch that bitch on my TV. Obviously, if they drop it Friday, I'm watching it on the computer. Because, well, I'll get to that in a second. But, so, Vision Quest trailer, some kind of Doomsday stuff, potentially the SDCC trailer, and some sort of X-Men cast announcement. Just, we are unsure how much of the cast will actually be on stage and introduced. But there will be some kind of X-Men shit, some kind of cast announcement, and hopefully a release date. Starfighter at the Lucasfilm panel, guaranteed. There's no way they don't have something from Starfighter prepared for that. That would be like as dumb, if not more dumb than anything Kathy ever did. If they don't have something for Starfighter ready to go, I guarantee it. I'm just going to say 100%. There will at least be like a 30 to 60 second teaser for Starfighter. If we're lucky, it might even be like a minute and a half. Yeah, I imagine that will be featured at D23 and also dropped online, as it should be when you drop something for an exclusive panel. You then drop it like the following Monday or some shit. Yeah, I'm still butthurt that it took them fucking 2 months to show us the goddamn Comic-Con trailer. Yes, I am. I'm going to be petty about that all the way through. I don't give a fuck. You haven't finished X-Men 97 yet? You still haven't seen Brand New Day? Damn, dog. I mean, if it were me, I would prioritize Brand New Day over X-Men 97 100%. But, you know. Well, Vision Quest isn't out yet. It comes out, I think, October. So we should be getting a trailer for that at D23 this Friday. Oh, I 100% agree with that, Executive Judge. Finale was good, not great, and it's pretty much the start of the season for me. You could tell Bo wasn't around, but So Marvel-wise, Vision Quest trailer, some kind of Doomsday shit. Hopefully the SDCC trailer, and some version of an X-Men cast announcement, and hopefully also a release date. How do I feel about the 97 finale? It was good. I didn't like the very end of it at all. not super fond of Apocalypse, like Apocalypse being defeated by being turned into a fucking, pendant or whatever. They could have done better with that, and then like ending it how they ended it. Like, what the fuck kind of ending is that? I mean, I understand why they did what they did. I just don't think that should have been how they ended the fucking season. The post credit was cool, though. But again, not setting up like big shit that we thought was set up at the end of the first season, like Onslaught. And honestly, Apocalypse, I feel like they kind of kinged Apocalypse. A little bit. Not as bad. But I kind of feel like they kinged him. Oh, he wasn't a different variant. He was in there. I don't remember how he ended up getting dealt with, though. I should go back and rewatch the OG again. Yeah, it was good, not great. Which, for me, pretty much sums up the entire fucking season. Except for episodes 3 and 4, the 2-part Apocalypse shit back in the past. That shit was really good. I feel like that was the most bullshit that they kept and then kind of fiddled around with the rest themselves. Because those 2 episodes are far and away the best 2. Like, there isn't another episode that's close. For me. Alright, chat, so what do you think? That sound about right? Vision Quest, some sort of Doomsday shit, and an X-Men cast announcement, hopefully a date too, probably, hopefully, please. God damn it, Streamlabs. Alright, so, now that we've talked about what we think probably we will see at D23, the Marvel panel for D23 is day after tomorrow, and it starts at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific, and it's supposedly 2 fucking hours. So in my time zone, that's 10 to midnight. And I'm going to fucking stream for it. I don't care. So we're going to have 3 streams this week, chat. We got tonight. I'm doing a goddamn D23 stream. I don't care who else is as well. I'm doing my own. And then, of course, Saturday night we'll be back to cover like other news and shit and probably talk about D23 some more. I would imagine. But yeah, I'm going live Friday evening. Looks like nothing much will happen for movies until Clayface or Doomsday. As far as Cape shit goes, yes. I do believe that is accurate. Clayface in October and Doomsday in December. So you still got to go see Brand New Day. So for you still have 3 left. Sir. Yeah, so letting y'all know, I am doing a D23 stream. Probably started at like 9:45. And then come 10 o'clock, it'll be you guys, me, and a lot of refreshing of Twitter. Just like SDCC. Oh, speaking of, who brought up Star Wars earlier? I think it was Sanoff. Yeah, I'm sure we'll get a Starfighter teaser. Oh, you still got to see Odyssey too? Jesus, dude, what are you doing? No, I'm just kidding. Life be lifing, and you gotta take care of that bullshit before you can get entertained, which sucks, but is the unfortunate reality. Yeah, so Starfighter teaser. I would imagine we're gonna get a teaser for Ahsoka season 2. And I also saw that there will probably announce the Kinberg trilogy, and that it will be announced as episodes 10, 11, and 12. Yippee doo dah. I don't know. I'm pretty sure we've all seen X-Men Apocalypse and X-Men Dark Phoenix with the younger Cap. That's Kinberg. That's Kinberg writing and directing, which is what he's doing with this upcoming trilogy. Whether it ends up being numbered episodes or not, he's writing and directing, just as he wrote and directed X-Men Apocalypse and X-Men Dark Phoenix. Yeah, I don't know about y'all, but I don't think that bodes well for this trilogy. And Simon Kinberg fucking up an entire trilogy is the absolute last thing that Lucasfilm and Star Wars need. They had very divisive episodes 8 and 9. They've had a butt ton of mid to crap shows on Disney Plus. And then their first movie in 7 years was a fucking Mando and Grogu 2-episode mashed together side quest that barely cleared 300 million. I don't think it ever hit 4. Let me double check. Oh, nope, 345 million. First movie in 7 years. They decided to make a fucking 2-episode mashup side quest of Mandalorian and Grogu, and it only made 340 some odd $million. I already forgot, 345. And then next up is Starfighter next summer. And then, as far as we know, there's got nothing else in the pipeline movie-wise other than this fucking Kinberg trilogy. There's been not a peep on the Charmin Obey Chinoy Ray movie. I don't think that's fucking happening at all at this point. It'd be really stupid. So that's got to be dead. Which just leaves the Kinberg trilogy. Doesn't look like what's his face is going to do that Dawn of the Jedi one either. What's his goddamn name? So, yeah. A shitty Simon Kinberg trilogy is the absolute last thing Lucasfilm needs. I don't think even a Starfighter is like the next coming of George Lucas movie in popularity. That won't be anywhere near enough if the Kinberg trilogy sucks to like get people through. Like they need to fire Kinberg and hire someone that can like make the next trilogy slap. And when I say make the next trilogy slap, I mean completely forget about Ray and do other shit. No way Apocalypse and Nightcrawler are gone for good, especially after they brought Gambit back. Oh yeah, I'm sure. I 100% agree with that. All right, chat. Any further thoughts on what we're going to see at D23? And again, I'm going to remind you, I am going to do a D23 stream. The panel begins at 10 p.m. Eastern and is supposedly 2 fucking hours long. We'll see if they actually make the whole 2 hours, but We will be here. At least I'll be here. Behind the mic. On the camera. Or in front of the camera. Ready to rock and see what the hell we get. So, panel starts at 10 Eastern. We'll probably go at like 9:45. I ain't going to try to vamp for an entire fucking half an hour. Fuck that shit. So, any further thoughts on that? Is it on Disney Plus? Yeah, I saw an article. If it's just what was listed in that article, the Marvel panel will not be. It's like other frou-frou shit. I don't remember exactly. But yeah, it's nothing that we really want to see. They're going to have special panels that they're going to show on Disney Plus from D23, but nothing of any interest to us at all. Just people that are super into Disney. All right, chat. We're going to talk some DC, and then we're going to go into a bunch of Alex Perez shit. Before we do that, I got to pee. Which I know makes you guys happy. And if you're new, that probably sounds weird, but you're about to find out why that makes chat happy when I go pee. So I'll see you guys in a bit. talk about winning the genetic lottery. Sheesh. All right, time's up, motherfuckers. Even for me. So we're just going on tweets that. Oh, for D23, yes, we are. I'm going to be working my clicker finger, refreshing like a mofo. It was random. Excuse me. All right. Let us talk some DC. First things first. Earlier this week, y'all heard of Zack Snyder? You know who that is? You heard of Zack Snyder? I'm sure you've heard of Zack Snyder. He has fans. He did some stuff for DC a while back. Some of it was good. Some of it got chopped up in the edit, and the director's cut ended up being good. Actually, that happened twice. But yeah, many people love the Snyderverse section of the DCEU. Because let's remember, they are not one and the same. The Snyderverse is just, well, I mean, you could call it 4 movies, you could call it 3 and change, because the theatrical cut of the Justice League ended up being the Justice League. Joss Whedon went in there and fucking shit up. But yeah, so Zack Snyder, popular director, and not just because of his DC work. He's done other fun movies like 300, and even dipped into horror for the reboot of Dawn of the Dead, I believe it was Dawn of the Dead. So, I mean, he's best known for the DC stuff nowadays, but he's been around a minute. He's made popular movies that people like. So, Mr. Snyder bebopped his ass over to the Warner Brothers lot the other day. And, of course, all the Snyder Bros reacted in typical Snyder Bro fashion and went nuts with the Snyderverse is back. If Zack's the WB, the Snyderverse is back. Once again, a big group of motherfuckers sees one little thing, blows it up into a big thing, without stopping to actually fucking think about what happened. See, what had happened was Zack Snyder went to Warner Brothers. And he met with DeLuca and Abdi, who handle Warner Brothers cinematic side, except for DC. DC is James Gunn's province. He reports directly to Zaslav. He bypasses those two, but they handle everything. They are who Tom Reeves has his. Tom? Yeah, well, they're who Reeves has his contract with. That's why Gunn can't touch Matt Reeves. Jesus Christ. His contract is with WB directly. He reports to Abdi and DeLuca. He has fuck all to do with Gunn, and Gunn has fuck all to do with him in terms of DC projects. Like, he does not have to do shit. He doesn't even have to show Gunn a script. Like, he does, you know, being polite and shit, but he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to include Gunn in any way, shape, or form in his DC shit because he does not work for Gunn. He works directly for Warner Brothers, which is DeLuca and Abdi, and ultimately Zaslav. But DeLuca and Abdi is who he reports to. DeLuca and Abdi are who Snyder met with. Snyder did not meet with Gunn. Snyder met with DeLuca and Abdi. So here's what's most likely the case is he met with DeLuca and Abdi about his reboot of, was it Escape from New York or Escape from LA? I think it's Escape. Yeah. That is the most likely reason. Is he was meeting with them about getting Escape from New York off the ground and into the field. That's the most likely reason. Because it's DeLuca and Abdi and not James Gunn. Reason number 2. Maybe, just maybe, they might be hiring him to do something in the Reeveverse, of course with Reeve's permission. He would be doing DC, but it would not be Snyderverse DC. It would be Reeveverse DC, but it would still be a Zack Snyder directed Reeveverse Batman-ish movie, which in and of itself would be pretty fucking cool. Third possibility is he is there for some sort of one-off Elseworld DC project. Like, for example, he's been talking about wanting to adapt The Dark Knight Returns, which he kind of sort of did a bit. He borrowed from it, I guess is probably the best way to put it for BVS. But he wants to do just full-on Dark Knight Returns movie. Could be that. Or that could have been talked about right along with Escape. But it would be a one-off if it's his own thing. I guarantee that. Why? Do I say even though he's meeting with Warner Brothers and even if he does a DC project that there will be no Snyderverse? It is pretty simple. You have the Reeveverse. You have the mainline DCU. There is no fucking way Warner Brothers is going to allow a third DC universe to run concurrently with the other two. It's bad business. They're not going to fucking do it. So, all the Snyder Bros like, Snyderverse is back. No, motherfuckers. Once again, it's not. He's either going to be doing a DC Elseworld movie, doing something for Reeves, or doing something completely not DC. In this case, it's Escape from New York, which he already has signed on with a Warner Brothers subsidiary, I believe I saw, to do it. So that's the most likely reason. Finalizing some sort of schedule to get that movie going. But any DC work he'd be doing would be either with Matt Reeves, under Matt Reeves, or a one-off project like Return of the Dark Knight, or Dark Knight Returns, which he's talked about wanting to do multiple times. But as for an entire Snyderverse, no. They won't do 3 universes simultaneously. They won't. It'd be dumb. It'd be ridiculous. The only way the Snyderverse would return is either A, they get rid of Gunn and just have him take over the DCU, or B, Matt Reeves gets tired of doing his thing and Snyder takes over that. But as of right now, as of that particular meeting we're talking about, the Snyderverse is not coming back from that meeting. Either Gunn or Reeves got to go before the Snyderverse could come back. So, is it interesting that he met with them? Yes. Is it unusual, considering his Escape from New York movie? No. Is there a chance that DC stuff could be involved? Yes. Will it involve a complete return of the Snyderverse as a whole? At this point in time, no. Down the road, possibly. But again, it would have to be because Gunn or Reeves is no longer around. And as of right now, they're there. So, want to talk about that real quick because it is interesting that he was there. But I unfortunately have to rain on the Snyder Bros parade with like actual logic. Because those are some illogical motherfuckers who are willing to pounce on the least little hint at the return of the Snyderverse and for the umpteenth fucking time prematurely celebrate. So what do you guys think, Jack? Agree, disagree? Do you even give a fuck? But I thought it was interesting, so I talked about it. What do you guys think? Anything? What say you, chickadee chat? Say you, Streamlabs. How about a win? Thank you. Thank you very much. Great. What do you think, chat? All right. We move on to the other item we have as regards DCU over there at Warner Brothers, headed by James Gunn and Peter Safran. So it came out, was it earlier today or yesterday, that the Amanda Waller show and the Paradise Lost show are both indefinitely shelved. They're supposedly being developed. A couple months ago, Gunn said the Paradise Lost show was in extreme development. But now they're both extremely on the fucking shelf. They're not like canceled. But they are indefinitely in development hell. So of course, James, as I alluded to or mentioned, James's tweet about I already forgot the name of it. Paradise Lost. The show about Wonder Woman's homeland without Wonder Woman in it. In April, I believe it was, he said that's an extreme development. And of course that got brought up. Just like after the Supergirl debacle, his quotes about not starting production on a project unless the script is absolutely perfect. Well, Supergirl kind of blew that out of the water, and of course everyone went ham with that. Well, now they're going ham with Paradise Lost, going from being in extreme pre-production or extreme development to indefinitely not being developed at all or stuck in development hell. Delta Dan says, I'd rather Snyder over Gunn, but that's not saying a whole lot. Rebel Moon, DCU doesn't sound great. I mean, here's the thing with that. As long as Snyder doesn't actually try and write a script It'll be fine. The problem is he wrote Rebel Moon. Now he came up with the stories for the Snyderverse movies, but coming up with the story and writing a script are two different things. He can come up with a good story. He can be like, here's my characters, here's basically what they're doing and where things are going, and here's the end. Cool. But turning said story into a good script / screenplay, much different ball of wax, and he fucking sucks at it. So as long as he isn't trying to do that, there won't be another Rebel Moon. But the second he does try, it will be another Rebel Moon, and it'll suck. So, but yeah. So Paradise Lost has gone from extreme development to extreme not, along with the Amanda Waller show. And then it just came out earlier today, for sure. Actually, let me preface that by saying, do you guys remember, I know we talked about this for a bit, not a lot, but a while back, Jeff Snyder on the Hot Mic had said that a Reeves vs. Poison Ivy show was still a good possibility. Well, it just came out today that HBO was pitched for Catwoman and Poison Ivy shows, but HBO said, nah, fam. Now, if Jeff is right, and this was Reeves, like, if it was Zoe Kravitz Catwoman from the Batman, like Reeveverse, and a Reeveverse Poison Ivy show, after the Penguin with its awesomeness, HBO's like, nah, we're good. Whatever they pitched for Catwoman and Poison Ivy, HBO's like, nah. No, thank you. Now, of course, speaking of the Penguin, we still haven't heard shit about season 2. Who knows if we'll even get that. Yeah, HBO was like, Reeves vs. Catwoman. Whatever they pitched for that, no bueno. Same thing with the Poison Ivy show that Snyder had reported was still on the table. Evidently, it's off the table now. Fell on the floor. Dog ate it. Because the rule is if it makes it to the floor, it's in dog territory. At least that's how I grew up. So we have 2 definite gun products being shelved. And then we have 2 other DC projects, which are probably a Reeveverse project, being turned down by HBO. Now, when it comes to the gun side of things, you know what that one is. Give me a second. Someone put out a really cool graphic about the DCU. I think it's going to be closer to the top of my shit than the bottom. Alright, here we go. So, y'all remember the poorly produced video that James Gunn put out when he announced his planned projects for the DCU Chapter 1 Gods and Monsters? Well, check this shit out. These are all the shits you know. We got at the beginning it was Superman Legacy. Then it just became just Superman, then Lantern. The Waller Show, which is now stuck in development hell on a shelf. We had the Authority movie. Done. Not happening. We have Paradise Lost. Development hell. The Brave and the Bold. Who the fuck knows? Supergirl, it was Woman of Tomorrow, but it then became just Supergirl. We got that. Booster Gold, still in development hell because the one homie they had hired, they decided they didn't like his script. So they tossed his script and him and are now working on another one. So who the fuck knows when or if we're going to get that one. Swamp Thing show, heard nothing. Creature Commandos. We're getting a season 2 of that at some point. And what they didn't put on here that I just remembered was the Sergeant Rock movie. Toast. So out of all the shit that he announced, we've gotten 4 of the projects. We've got some that are in development hell and some that are just never going to fucking happen. And he announced 10 and then announced Sergeant Rock later. So he's announced 11 projects and delivered 3. So yeah, not a stellar performance. Now, don't get me wrong. He's not the only one this has happened to. This happened to Feige in the Multiverse Saga. Although some of that was down to like COVID and then the strikes, which fucked a lot of shit up. Oh, also Sony pulling Spider-Man fucked some shit up too. But still. And then all the shit that Lucasfilm has announced that hasn't come to fruition. Again, some of that COVID writer strike, actor strike. But the point is if you don't over-announce, then shit like strikes and pandemics won't affect like your list too terribly much because you didn't have that much on it. And thusly, what you do have on it can be shuffled around to make it better, but you wouldn't necessarily have to cancel anything or leave it in development hell. Gunn doesn't have the excuses of a pandemic or the strikes because he took over after all that shit. He just overpromised and is completely underdelivered. What up, Brennan? So that's why him doing it looks worse than those other two. Because those other two have kind of built-in excuses, but not really. Because, again, if you don't over-announce, then shit that crops up out of nowhere won't affect you that much. So yeah, bottom line is when studios overpromise and underdeliver, that's totally on them. Because they should have fucking planned better. But the difference between the DCU and the MCU and Star Wars is the MCU and Star Wars' plans got fucked up with like legit big shit like strikes and disease. Gunn just overpromised and underdelivered. That's it. Wish a bunch of the Marvel Star Wars shows wouldn't have come out. Might be a little dub for Gunn. I mean, yeah, it would. I mean, I wish that. I definitely wish they had not done that product dump last year. Because that was just a whole nother year of shit, literally, for the most part. And just further cementing in the general audience's heads the idea that, you know, they were still in a downturn. Because most of that shit was not that good. Some of it was good. The animation stuff was pretty decent, but live action shit was not that great. I mean, Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four were pretty good. Brave New World, yes. A lot of the live action Disney Plus, yes. Yeah, Marvel should have definitely cut some shit. Star Wars should have cut some shit. Marvel would be in a much better place, and Star Wars would at least be in somewhat of a better place. But it is what it is. Yeah, so like DC's taking some hits, man. They seem to be continuously taking hits this year. Jesus. Maybe Clayface can turn that around a little bit. Not because it's going to be a humongous fucking, moneymaker blockbuster, but, it has a high potential to actually be, like, good. So that could help a little. If they put Batman in it in a decent amount, that would help even more. And then it might be both. It might be a moneymaker and really. But yeah, so after all this shit, literally the DCU's hopes rest on Clayface, Man of Tomorrow, and season 2 of Creature Commando. Oh boy. Now, part of the reason that this shit that's not very developed. We have a Star Wars Marvel comic on the way. Now, part of the reason could be the merger as to why all the shit's getting shelved, because Paramount, I think, is part of the negotiated deal. There's a limit on how much shit WB can get into, because Paramount doesn't want to be stuck with a bunch of shit that wasn't their idea in the first place. So that could be at least the one outside circumstance that would provide Gunn with a really, really good excuse to be doing this shit. But outside of that, to be fair, I had to bring that up. To be fair. But on the other hand, Gunn still overpromised an under-delivered merger or no fucking merger. Landers looks better than Creature Commandos. I would fucking hope so. I would fucking hope so. All right, chat. Anything further on that? Because we still have a whole bunch of Alex Perez to get to, and we're already almost 3 hours. Nice last one. So. Oh. Okay. The only DC stuff you've watched is Superman in the past 2 years. Has there been anything other than that in the past 2 years? Movie-wise? Or are you just talking any DC in general? Any further thoughts? That comes out this week, right? Lanterns? Yes. Yep. It is taking over the 9 p.m. Eastern Sunday slot that Hot D just vacated this past Sunday. Any DC product? Damn. Okay. Yeah, Lanterns comes out 9 p.m. Eastern time this Sunday on a weekly release. This is studio chicanery to try to take advantage of the people for whom they're used to 9 p.m. on Sundays on HBO being appointment television. So they're hoping to get some rollover out of that. That'd be the only reason for them to schedule it that way. Old TV studio trick. On a weeknight, they would put on a really strong show, and then right after it, they'd put on a weaker show. Again, hoping for that same carryover. And then they'd put on another stronger show after that. They would sandwich a week show and some strong shows and hope people just didn't change the channel in between, basically. That's kind of what this is. It's HBO going, all right, we've kind of got people trained to be here at 9 p.m. on Sundays, so let's see if we can get the Lanterns to work and get carryover that way. Yeah. I will not be doing watch parties for Lanterns. I'm not streaming on Sunday night. Unless by some miracle, some monster news drops on a Sunday night, then I would do an emergency stream. But yeah, outside of that, I am not streaming on Sundays. Not Sunday evening. Anyway, I have other shit to do. Still appreciate Sunday Night TV. It starts at 6 for you. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, that's because you're over in Cali. But yeah, HBO's treating that time slot as appointment television, so they're hoping for people for whom that is a habit to continue that habit for Lantern. It's going to be a great show. It's entirely possible that it's going to be well-made television. Matter of fact, I think that is going to be the case, that it's going to be well-made television. But will it be a satisfying superhero show? Or will it be DC Andor? Because Andor was a really well-made television show. But it wasn't Star Wars. Lanterns could be the same thing. It could be a really well-executed television show that, when it comes to actually being ape shit, sucks ass. So we'll see. So, I mean, I would assume, even if we don't watch it Sunday night, and I haven't watched one episode of Hot D on Sunday night, I always watch it a different night. I would assume we probably will have watched it by Wednesday, and so we can still talk about it on Wednesday. Don't give me that fucking hard-eye bullshit for Andor. God damn it, Icarus. Also with it. But yeah, so we'll see starting this week, and we'll talk about it on Wednesday if we've all watched it by Wednesday. You have to figure out how to watch Lanterns. You sign up for a free trial, and then pay for 1 month after that to finish Lanterns, and then cancel. That's how. Because the free trial should cover around half the show, and then the following month should cover pretty much the rest of it. And then you cancel. Yeah. All right. Holy shit. All right. Let's get cracking. We have an article specifically about Black Panther 3, and then 2 parts of this month's Discord Q&A from Alex Perez and the Cosmic Circus. We will begin with his article about Black Panther 3. You do that? Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Wait till they are released, get the free trial, and binge the fuck out of it. Even better idea. There you go. All right, so specific Black Panther 3 article from Alex Perez in the Cosmic Circus. Black Panther 3 exclusive, a return to familiar waters. It's been a little over 2 weeks since Marvel Studios returned to Hall H at Comic-Con to provide the audience with some updates on their upcoming releases. One of the most hyped up presentations was the confirmation of the development of Black Panther 3. During the panel, it was confirmed that Ryan Coogler would return to the director's chair to film the franchise's third entry, along with the return of some familiar faces to the franchise. Excuse me. Waiting until I was released is super easy. Barely an inconvenience. True. Confirmed that Ryan Coogler would return along with the familiar faces, which includes Letitia Wright as Shuri and Winston Duke as M'Baku. I fucking love M'Baku. But the most surprising aspect of the panel was the confirmation that the film would feature a new Black Panther, an adult version of T'Challa II, son of T'Challa, which will be portrayed by David Johnson. Aside from those confirmed details, there are still plenty of questions left unanswered regarding the film's plot and how it would take place in the MCU as one of the first films to be released post Secret Wars. And while we may not have those details just yet, we have received some new information that may give rise to a new wrinkle in the story as to what we could expect to see. Okay, new info. Exclusive Black Panther 3 sets return to Talocan. Oh, really? We at the Cosmic Circus have been able to confirm from sources that a portion of this film will be set in the underwater nation of Talocan, which made its debut in Black Panther Wakanda Forever back in 2022. With the inclusion of Talocan in the upcoming installment of the Black Panther franchise, it is expected that Tena Huerta will return as Namor, as well as other Talocans, including Mabel Cadena as Namora and Alex Livinali as Atuma. We have also been informed that casting processes have already begun with Marvel and agencies looking for both Wakandan and Talocan extras for the movie. As for the role of the Underwater Nation in Black Panther 3, that information is not yet known. However, given the unsteady alliance that Wakanda and Talocan have following Black Panther Wakanda Forever, and the upcoming test of their alliance in Doomsday and Secret Wars, we can expect the next Black Panther outing to build upon those tensions. Wakanda Forever gave audiences our first introduction to Namor. In the underwater nation of Talocan in the MCU, a nation hidden from the eyes of the world due to their unique adaptations and use of the rare element vibranium. On paper, they share vast similarities with the nation of Wakanda, which prompted Namor to seek an alliance with the country against the people of the surface world. Of course, as the events of the movie played out, Shuri and Namor butted heads and in the end promised to maintain an unsteady alliance. This action, of course, prompted concerns from Namor's second in command. The idea of bending the knee to someone from the surface world is a thought that doesn't sit well with the Talocan. Nevertheless, Namor asked Namor to trust him, as he states that Wakanda has no allies, that the surface world will come for Wakanda, and then Wakanda will come to us. Namor's premonition is now about to come full circle, as Shuri and M'Baku will seek Namor's help in Doomsday, building upon the lore of the two nations and the personal relationship / tension between Shuri and Namor. Now, what happens in Doomsday and Secret Wars with Namor, Shuri, Talocan, and Wakanda is still very much in the air. But, from what sources have told us, it's looking as though Namor may be forced to bend the knee once again, this time towards another ruler in order to save his people. Shuri will remember that, and so will certain Talocan. And I'm guessing that the ruler he's referring to is one Victor Von Doom. I can only assume that it's Doom. Right. While on the subject of Black Panther 3, I wanted to put out one rumor. All right. Rumor that I heard as of late from one source, which I ask that readers take with a grain of salt. That said, the rumor involves the return of a popular character from the Black Panther. The return of the popular character from the Black Panther franchise back for the upcoming installment. That is Queen Mother Ramonda, portrayed by Academy Award winner Angela Bassett, who was nominated for the role for her portrayal in Wakanda Forever, and should have fucking won it. How exactly she would fit into this movie is still a mystery, given her death in the last film. However, with the ancestral plane, we have been informed will play a more prominent role in this film, as opposed to the last two. We suppose anything is possible. Okay, so that's it on that. All right, so according to Mr. Perez, we will be Talocanin in this movie, at least for a bit of it. Like in Talocan, under the water, under the sea, for at least part of the movie. And we are presuming that, there will always be stress and tension between those two kingdoms or entities, states, whatever you want to call them. In that also, we may have Queen Ramonda back via the ancestral plane, which, as he mentioned, it's already been talked about that there's going to be magic and stuff involved in Black Panther 3 and the ancestral plane. So it makes sense. Now, up until this point, part of the ancestral plane that we've seen only involved past Kings of Wakanda / Black Panther. Which have all been Jews. There's been no non-Black Panther that we've been shown in the ancestral plane so far that I can think of. If you guys know of one that we've seen, at least in the MCU, that we're talking about. If I'm mistaken on that, please correct me and let me know what the fuck who the hell else was in there. But as far as I can recall, nothing but former Kings / Black Panther. So if this is true, that they're bringing Raymonda back, then it would pretty much have to be through the ancestral plane because she got drowned in Wakanda Forever. We're getting the concept of the ancestral plane expanded. Hopefully in a cool way, we'll see. I mean, Angela Bassett is an amazing actress, so she's going to fucking kill it, as she has in every appearance that she's made to this point. Because it's fucking Angela Bassett. She's just fucking good. But yeah, so we're getting Talokan and possibly the return of Raymonda via the ancestral plane. Chat, what do you think? Do you want more Talokan? Are you already over that storyline? What do you guys think? Oh, nice one, Brennan. Beat me to it. I was going to roll here in a little bit, but you got a good roll. Well done. Now, as for me personally, I'm cool with it. Now, it does seem like, oh, there they go again, tension, yada, yada, yada. But there's a lot of different ways that tension can be played with. Pause. So while, again, on the surface, and we've already talked about how surface thinking is generally inaccurate, and specifically Snyder Bros. On the surface, it would be like, okay, fine, fucking same old, same old. But if it's executed right, and certain aspects of it are emphasized over others, it could still be very dope. Kind of like the Cold War. I mean, we're talking literal decades of tension, and it never really got old. I mean, it got old, but it didn't get old. You know what I mean? Shit, I still could have rolled another good one. Well done, Icarus. I'm definitely not gambling for a minute now. So yeah, I don't have a problem with more Talokan. I don't have a problem with exploring the tension between them and Wakanda. I really don't care about the personal tension between Namor and Shuri that they kind of set up in Wakanda Forever. Don't care about that. But the tension between countries, totally cool with that shit. Excuse me. What do you guys think? Cool with it? Like it? Don't like it? Don't give a fuck? You lost 2 in a row earlier? That sucks. Well, made up for it. And then some. Plus another 30 on top. Yes. My enemies call me. Did Killmonger get the ancestral plane too? Yes, he did. He and Shuri had a conversation in Wakanda Forever. Because he technically was a Panther. And also a member of the royal family. But it is the fact that he technically was a Panther. In terms of, the heart-shaped flower or whatever the fuck that was that they had to give the Black Panther powers to somebody. So, yeah, he got in on a technicality. Not because he was like an awesome king and worthy of it. He got in on a technicality. Stretchy. Yeah. All right. Any further thoughts on Black Panther 3? Because we still have parts 1 and 2 of the August fucking Q&A to go through. You must have a very good lawyer then. I would say so. Yeah. All right. August Q&A part 1. Like to hit. Here you go. Doomsday, Secret Wars, and more. You got him because he beat T'Challa. Yes. So yeah, I guess he was technically king too when that happened. All right, so yeah, that's why he was king and Black Panther. All right, Doomsday, Secret Wars, and more. Here we go. Blah blah blah. All right. Question 1. Do you know why Monica Rambeau hasn't been announced in anything for Doomsday and may not be in it, even though the Marvel's post-credit scene sets her up to be important? The response: there's no specific reason outside the possibility of wanting to keep some characters secret. And you'd think that even with all the plot leaks and everything people keep talking about, the cat's out of the bag. But the truth of the matter is, there's a lot that isn't really out there yet for Avengers Doomsday regarding specific details, characters, or motivations. I mentioned that earlier. There are still some characters that are surprises for Doomsday, mainly around the third act. Doesn't surprise me because you bring in surprise characters to participate in the big final battle. Makes sense. But to refocus your question on Monica, even if she doesn't appear in Doomsday, the fact remains that she is one of a handful of people who can actually close a multiversal rift, which is why she has to be in one of the two. That is a very useful skill going forward for the incoming incursion. And there is also, and which makes sense, is why she should be in Doomsday. And then there's also, speaking of dealing with incursions, there's also that rumor out there that fucking Sentry is gonna like hold two universes together apart with the strength of his bare hands and shit. Which actually does have comic precedent. That did happen in the comics. Don't know which one, but it did. That sounds cool. Anyway, so yeah. I think she's definitely going to be in Doomsday, again, because of that skill set. Alright. Is this still part of the answer? Oh, that is. Shit. The specific details I've heard about what her character was focused on were interactions with Lashana Lynch's Maria Rambeau / binary variant from the X-Men universe and her quantum band. Oh yeah, there definitely would need to be some fucking discussions about that. If I had to take an educated guess based on the info I've heard, it would be that Monica and Maria are out and about together on a separate story while the events of Doomsday transpire. Well, if that's the case, it's having to do with the quantum band, I would imagine. But I am confident that we'll see both Teyonah Parris and Lashana Lynch return for one, if not both, Avengers outing. I feel like they can be out and about together on a separate story while the events of Doomsday transpire until the third act. And then they should be around. Doom kills Monica, takes her powers, done. I mean, maybe. But yeah, I think whatever journey they're on for like 75% of Doomsday, 80% even, that those two should be coming in like Thor in Infinity War. With Bangle's flaring and universe crack bending ability. I'd be shocked if Monica isn't either. Yeah, it would be honestly ridiculous. Again, considering her skill set. It would be goddamn ridiculous. All right. Next question. Can you name any characters in Doomsday that were not named in the chair reveal? Now it says there's a couple that still haven't been mentioned. A lot of them have already been revealed by scoopers and leaks, so they're out there already. But if I had to give you a couple of names that I haven't seen out there, there's a couple of Asgardians that are planning to answer Thor's call to arms. Some of which we haven't seen since Ragnarok and are very, very close to Thor. And I just think that's really neat. Okay, so does he literally mean a couple as in two, or does he actually mean a few and not just a couple? Thinking, who could they be? One of them very well could be Valkyrie, or we could be talking people from Valhalla, in which case we're looking at maybe Heimdall, maybe Jane Foster Thor. I think I saw, there was a rumor a while back, I only saw this mentioned once, that Sif is a possibility, Lady Sif. And hell, it could be any or all of his crew from the fucking first two movies. First three, I should say. Hopefully it's not Korg. Well, Korg isn't an Asgard. But yeah, so. But that's cool, though. Foster's dead. Yeah. She died and went to Valhalla from the cancer at the end of Love and Thunder. Spoiler alert. Yes, in 616. And she got diagnosed with the cancer. Somehow got Mjolnir and got it put back together after Hela crushed it in Ragnarok. And then, if the cancer wasn't killing her, Mjolnir was, because Mjolnir was draining her life force to stay together, I think. Well, there's a rumor out there that, like, in the third act of Doomsday, like, Valhalla is going to empty because of that one prayer that Thor. Remember the clip from late December, early January with Thor praying to Odin? Now, there are rumors / reports out there that the answer to that prayer will come in the form of a bunch of motherfuckers from Valhalla. And she would be one of them via that route, 616 Jane. Yeah. So, yeah, it would still be 616 Jane, just back from the afterlife. Well, back from the Norse afterlife. All right, next question. Will the leader's message to Sam about the others protecting their own universes even be alluded to in Doomsday? Yes. To my understanding, the leader saw the probabilities about the end of the world, and that's what he was telling Captain America about in the post-credit scene of Brave New World, which was it. Yes, Odin sends his army. Which was a dumb as fuck post-credit for a dumb as fuck movie. Moving on. Next question. Can you assure that Sam's role is bigger than it appears from the marketing? Now, you guys recall, there was that whole kerfluffle about Marvel being racist and canceling a bunch of African-American-led stuff. And one of the biggest complaints on many people's list was Sam being sidelined for Steve Rogers in Doomsday. So, it's entirely, I don't know when this Q&A happened. I mean, the Sam shit has been... Which weapon for Foster then? I don't know, probably a fucking sword. Excuse me, coming out of Valhalla. But yeah, I'm not sure if this Q&A was done, but probably was done before the kerfluffle. But again, that's been an issue that's been bubbling under the surface for a while anyway, as people being mad that Sam got sidelined. We've all seen shit about that. But again, this also goes to last week's kerfluffle as well. So, can you assure that Sam's role is bigger than it appears from the marketing? Captain America will have a sizable role in Doomsday. And, from what I heard, there will be a nice little scene for Sam that puts to rest any doubt about who owns the shield or who is Captain America in this movie. Well, there y'all go. Sam is not being sidelined at all. Boom. Next question. Were there originally plans for bigger roles for Carol, Monica, and Binary in Doomsday, as well as more Sam v. New Avengers conflict? Movie isn't out yet. Relax. So in other words, there will be stuff. Basically, in other words, everything mentioned will be happening to some extent. Are the reports of Goblin and Doc Ock in the opening sequence of Doomsday true, or was it scrapped before they got to filming? I can confirm that the intent was to show Spider-Man and his rogues gallery fighting off against the X-Men in the opening sequence of the film. However, I don't know if they ever got the chance to bring the villains in for the sequence and just left it to Peter number 2 alone. Because the thing is, if Peter number 2 is busy entertaining Deadpool and Wolverine, who are the X-Men fighting, quote-unquote? It's a good question. I'd be fighting somebody. I don't know, we'll see. That's going to be interesting to see. Does Tobey Maguire survive Doomsday and Secret Wars? That's a question best served for another time. But I can confirm from sources he's in both movies. Well, yeah, we have the rumored opening scene where he dies. And then a bunch of Secret Wars rumors have him having a quite significant role in that movie. Oh, look how young. 19 years ago. Okay, now we are on the Secret Wars section. Have you heard anything about what Marvel plans to do with Doctor Doom post-Secret Wars? Same thing they do with all villains who play a huge role like this. Lock them up in a vault somewhere, never to be mentioned or brought up again. That's a joke. In all honesty, I don't. So he really doesn't know, allegedly. But I do hope we see him again in the Fantastic Four sequel, if that happens. I'm adding that myself. Because honestly, yeah, there's circumstances, outside circumstances, exigent circumstances, as it were. But that movie barely cleared $500 million. That we don't need a Fantastic Four sequel. I don't think that'd be a good business decision. That's just me, though. We'll see. Is the Resistance team for Secret Wars going to have characters who were absent from Doomsday? Like Holland, Spider-Man, Vision, Star-Lord, Hulk, Longers, etc. Partially, yes. There's a sort of hierarchy for the Resistance Avengers. There's the leaders, older established figures. There's the newbies, the younger heroes, the champions. And there's the never-before-seen characters. There's 3 at the moment. Interesting. There was a rumor saying that we are going to get, well, that might have been more for Doomsday, now that I think about it. That we're going to get a bunch of one-off characters, maybe in both movies, that said movie will be the only time they're ever seen. Period. And so Alex is specifically saying there's at least 3. He says 3 at the moment, which means at least 3. Never before seen characters of the aforementioned characters. This group of allies is going to be divided into smaller groups, chasing different stories. Sort of how the Avengers divided themselves in Endgame and went to different places. I'm going to add /times to look for the story. So yeah, that makes sense. I mean, As long as they keep it paced about like they had the time heist in Endgame, that'll work pretty well. So, but yeah, a hierarchy. Established heroes, basically the champions, and then 3 never before seen characters. At least 3, I'm putting. So that'll be interesting. I have absolutely no idea who those never before seen characters could be because, well, multiverse. Of course, here's a thought. Who could 3 never before seen characters be? I don't know, maybe X-Men? Because them being introduced on Friday is not the same as their characters actually being in an MCU movie. So what if it's 3 of the new X-Men? That could be cool. That could be really cool. But we'll see. Into next year, we'll see. All right. Next question. Will the Russos keep Savage Hulk for Secret Wars? And will Eric Bana return in Secret Wars? Alex says, do you guys remember the Hulk we saw during Ragnarok? That's the Hulk you're going to get. I haven't heard anything about Eric Bana. Well, I'm going to go ahead and say there will be no Eric Bana. But if they did bring him back, I would hope it'd be for like Maestro. And him being the Baron of Greenland. Or whatever. I don't know. I mean, the Hulk we saw in Ragnarok, able to communicate, but also able to fuck shit up. Just give me the pure fucking rage monster already. I don't want barely, just functional enough Hulk. I guess would be the best way to put it. I don't want just functional enough Hulk. I don't want fucking smart Hulk. I want pure green rage monster Savage Hulk. But if we're going to get a version of a smarter Hulk, the Ragnarok version is as far as I would want it to go. Yeah. All right. Next question. Do you foresee one primary antagonist for Secret Wars, or should we expect plural, quote-unquote, masters of evil instead? Doom will be the main antagonist, no doubt in my head. Duh. But there will be certain characters who will be sided with him for a large chunk of the film because they are all convinced to serve him until they're free. Well, yeah. We got a pretty good idea of who they're going to be based on that leaked concept art from a couple years back now. We're talking like Strange will be working for him, Yelena, others that I can't recall off the top of my head. What are the odds the Secret Wars gets delayed until 2028, considering they haven't even started filming? Very, very slim. Non-fucking existent would be what I personally would say. Non-fucking existent. The way Marvel works, everyone talks about the fact that they haven't even started filming, and yes, they have not started principal photography quite yet. I think they are like sometime this month, at least that's the last I knew. But yeah, it is 100% true that they have not started principal photography. However, I would bet large amounts of mob money that they did some Secret Wars filming during Doomsday. And probably part of the reshoots, they probably snuck in some more Secret Wars filming. So I don't think that there's that there's zero film on Secret Wars at this point. I think they've got some stuff in the can already for that movie. So, yeah, it's not being delayed. And I would be very surprised if they didn't already have some Secret Wars footage that they shot with Doomsday, because they had the actors they wanted already there. And if it's like green screen studio type work, all they would need to change would be costumes. Maybe not even that. So, yeah. Some Secret Wars stuff has been filmed. I would bet money on it. Alright, next question. Any chance we see Moon Knight and Doomsday or Secret Wars? Low, but not impossible. If it's going to be either, it'll be Secret Wars. Is there anything you can tell us about Tom Holland's Spider-Man getting the symbiote in Secret Wars? There are concepts of it that exist. Well, yeah. Some involve an original take. Others involve how it would look like if we used previous movie symbiotes, including the ones from the Venom films and Spider-Man. But I want you to think of it this way. Every time the Russos have directed Tom Holland's Spider-Man, he gets a new suit. Civil War, Infinity War. I count Endgame as part of a story for Infinity War. And now that we're about to see the comic book storyline, the original anyways, where Peter obtained the symbiote and is the origin of where that iconic cover comes from. Y'all think they wouldn't jump at the chance to do it? Well, there was a time when we thought they were going to jump at that chance at the end of Brand New Day. There were rumors alluding to that happening. Obviously didn't. But there were rumors about it. So yeah, obviously they didn't do it Brand New Day, but I 100% agree that they are going to do it. Maybe not necessarily via the comic cover, but yeah, I 100% agree. There will be symbiote action. There will be black suit for Spider-Man. Next question. With rumors of Doom in possession of the Word of God book, is there any... Well, it's more than just rumors. The fucking Hot Toy has him with a book. Is there any realistic chance that we could ever explore a medieval story in the MCU and its ties to Merlin or the Brotherhood of the Shield? A Black Knight project would be a fun place to get into some of that. I like where your head is at, but no. Closest to medieval will probably be Secret Wars. Again, concept art from 2 years ago. Very medieval. Can you please update us on the status of the Scarlet Witch, 616? What we can expect for her future that has not been mentioned in the past, or details. The current rumor around Scooper circles places her with an important role in Secret Wars, and that her power is a key element to how Doom's battle world gets made. Yeah, that rumor's been out there. What can you tell us about the role of the Maximoff family in Secret Wars? Reuniting. It's not a one-to-one adaptation of it. Agatha wasn't a part of it. But it's heavily inspired by the Children's Crusade storyline. Now, we talked about that way back in the day. And then new info came out we thought it was going to be for Doomsday, or at the time, King Dynasty. Actually, that's how old that shit is, I think. But then the story got shifted to, no, they're not going to do the Children's Crusade. And now it's shifted into, they kind of are, but it won't be till Secret Wars. Alright. But it's heavily inspired by the Crusade storyline. It's one of the few things that is keeping me very excited about Secret Wars. Why are you having trouble being excited about Secret Wars, Alex? What's going on with that shit? He continues. It is not an exaggeration when I tell you that it is mandatory that you watch WandaVision, Agatha All Along, and eventually Vision Quest or Secret Wars. When you do, pay attention to the details. The concept of magic, runes, how Agatha found Wanda, how Wanda's spell worked, how that spell affected other people, how Billy made the witch's road, how Agatha wasn't affected by Wanda, how the limits of the hex work, I'll listen to the heck. These are things that I think will be the most important background info to have in mind when trying to understand exactly or how exactly some characters will not be behaving the way they're supposed to. Well, that's interesting. Maybe we should do watch party watchthroughs of those 3 shows next year. I'll think about it. You guys think about it if you'd want to do that. We'll all think about it. We'll come back to that subject later. All right. Ooh, Black Panther section, even though he wrote that article. No, just one question. Will Marvel go the route with T'Challa 2 and Shuri sharing the mantle like they were originally planning for her and T'Challa in the original Wakanda Forever draft? Is that what they were going to do? I don't know that idea would have been well received at all. Anyway, I can't comment on that because it's too early. But my personal opinion, I don't think Shuri wants to be the Black Panther anymore. I happen to agree with him, and I also really, really hope he's right. Okay, Ghost Rider. With Ghost Rider officially being announced, have you heard any early ideas of what the story might be like? It's really early for any details on the plot. I've only heard 2 things. Expect Sacha Baron Cohen as Mephisto, and that he'll be established by the time we get to his movie. He's been at this Ghost Rider stint for a hot. Well, yay, Mephisto. Now, when he says he's established by the time we get to his movie, that could mean one of 2 or both, or 1 and or 2 things. As he mentions here, he's been at this Ghost Rider stint for a hot minute. Now, they could explain how long he's been a Ghost Rider, like how long that hot minute is in the movie itself, and establish him that way as kind of, hey, I done been here, like how Gunn is trying to do the DCU as like a lived-in world that you just get dropped into. So I think that's kind of what Alex is talking about, or it could be just as simple as the rumor about him being in Secret Wars is true, and that will establish him. So the question is, which is it? But yeah, having Sacha Baron Cohen back as Mephisto and actually like really Mephistoing, it will be dope. All right, what villains can we expect to see in Ghost Rider? Mephisto is definitely at the top of that list. Yeah. What the fuck? The fuck happened to my article? What? That was weird. Okay, hold on. Okay, we're back. Marvel still wants to maintain part of their original plans for the supernatural storylines. I could totally see Lilith and Blackheart being involved in it. And it would also give the chance for Mia Goth to debut in the MCU. Finally. I assume he means Mia Goth is going to be in. I mean, that's cool, though. Also, Lilith would be a good Midnight Suns villain as well. Nova! What the fuck is going on with this goddamn one? Alright, how good do you feel about Nova hitting a 2029 release date? I have no idea since they haven't revealed anything publicly. Maybe D23. Shang-Chi. I'm wondering if you have any updates on Shang-Chi 2 following Daniel Cretton's work on Brand New Day, particularly if they're still doing the Agents of Atlas storyline you theorized about or if that's changed. I really haven't heard anything new since then, but I don't expect them to change anything because Destin really wants to explore a lot of those heroes and their story. Okay. Any commentary, Chad, about anything you went over? I mean, obviously I took breaks to inject my shit as we went along. But you guys have anything you want to add before we move on to part G? Hopefully this fucking webpage will stay stable. Anything? Jesus, we're just gonna be 4 hours. All right, once I'm done with this shit, there's gonna be quick chit chat, and then I'm gonna be done. Just letting you know. All right, moving on. Spider-Man: Brand New Day, Werewolf by Night, X-Men, and more. After seeing A Brand New Day, I am satisfied that Peter Parker ended the film alive with no symbiote and on the road to recovery. That being said, are the events of No Way Home and Brand New Day still crucial to the plot and certain character arcs of Doomsday and Secret Wars? Yes. No Way Home more so than Brand New Day, but yes. Do you personally think that Jean Grey's psychic shockwave could have affected Doctor Strange's memory spell? In universe, the masters of the mystic arts probably never accounted for the possibility that a powerful telepath, one that is an Omega level mutant, could affect their eldritch magic. Also, Jean previously shattered a memory spell in the comics, Strange number 6, and she's set to return to Secret Wars where memory manipulation is a key plot element. That is true. Just something to theorize. The question was, did her shockwave affect Strange's memory spell? Okay. Alex says, I don't think so. And if I had to tell you my personal opinion, I think the spell really just wiped everyone's memory clean. The best evidence, aside from MJ not remembering Peter and Brand New Day, is mentioned in No Way Home. Remember the full moon party at Camertage? Wong doesn't, and Strange said it straight to his face. I think those memories are just wiped. So I do think that there's a chance they could be recovered, but we'll see. I don't know. I wonder about that. They dropped hints that it could be either one. That's the fun part. They dropped hints that that thing that Jean did would have done so, but they've also dropped other hints that fuck no. So we'll see. Is the Brand New Day post-credit scene a good indication that there will be a life raft / resistance team like in Secret Wars comics? Speaking of which, I'm going with the absolute simplest answer when it comes to that post-credit scene, and I'm saying that is Holland on a life raft. That's what I'm going with. I know there's other theories that, like, I guess in like one of the static bursts, a number pops up that's associated with Toby's universe, so therefore that's Toby. I mean, possible. But the absolute simplest answer, at least based on the leaks that we're all aware of, is he's on a life raft. That's the simplest answer. Because it showed it launching from Earth, going out, and then ending up in another universe potentially. That's just me. I think that's just Holland on a life raft. There is a resistance team, but no word on the life raft. I think you're good. With Tom Holland saying he knows when Miles will be introduced in the MCU, do you believe we may see him in Spider-Man 5? It's way too early to tell. I mean, it's always possible. Personally, I think it'll be 6. I think it'll be Spider-Man 6 that Holland looks to pass the baton. That's just my opinion. But I think it makes more sense to do it at the end of the trilogy. You know what I mean? That's just me. The last time we saw Peter and Jean together, Jean said she had no one left, and Peter reassured her that she now has him. Are there plans to build on that friendship or even make Spider-Man an ally friend of the X-Men? Both characters have a history of being cloned, so maybe something could happen there. Be close friends with the X-Men after that. Okay. With Brand New Day out and being as successful as it is, it's made me hungry for new Spidey projects. It's early. Which new villains could you see debuting in the Spidey 5, and what returning villains could we see in larger roles? There are so many ways the story could go. Me personally, though, since we're getting the symbiote coming up, I would love for it to be an adaptation of the death of Jean DeWolf story mixed in with Gang War. So definitely some Tombstone is required here. Hammerhead, Silvermane for sure as well. I mean, I feel bad for the dude that got hired to be Tombstone because he was literally in one fucking scene. And that scene was a quick scene in a motherfucking montage. So, if I'm him, one of two things is true. I'm super fucking pissed off, or I'm okay with it because I'm going to be in Spider-Man 5 in a much bigger role. Personally, I think he's going to have a significant role in Spider-Man 5, therefore he's cool with just that for now. That's just my opinion. Thunderbolts section. You've mentioned in the past how the current plan for Thunderbolts is going through a path of having the new Avengers going against a newly assembled Thunderbolts. Having that in mind, are there any chances the shelved plans for Melina, who went unused in Thunderbolts, could be applied here and therefore have her going against Yelena? Oh, Melina was the Taskmaster, I believe. Oh no, Melina's the mom. Yeah, that's right. Melina's mom. Melina is oh shit, what's her fucking name? Rachel Weisz. And Rachel Weisz. Alright. Kind of early to get into specifics, but I don't know if I could see her being a part of the newer Thunderbolt team. Now again, keep in mind that a lot of this is just ideas being thrown around, so nothing is set in stone. But, a while back, a couple of the ideas I heard involved repurposing Taskmaster's tech to make a new Taskmaster, bringing Abomination and Melissa Gold into the fold, and Bullseye being a neat addition too, but again, these are just ideas being thrown around. Interesting. So they want to revamp Taskmaster's tech to make a new Taskmaster. So does that mean it won't be Dreykov's daughter as Taskmaster anymore? Someone else? Maybe they go comic accurate and make it a dude now? Who knows? Adding Abomination and Melissa Gold into the fold. Now, I'm not familiar with Melissa Gold. Who the fuck is Melissa Gold? Sweaty nerds. Sweaty Marvel nerds. Who the fuck is Melissa Gold? I mean, I know who Abomination is. Now, are they going to keep him being Tom Roth? Or Tim Roth, I mean? Or are they going to recast someone young? I wonder. Now, Bullseye being on a new Thunderbolts team would be pretty fucking cool. I'd be totally here for that. But, like he said, these are just ideas being thrown around. But I like most of it as much as I can. I don't know about Melissa Gold because I don't know who that bitch is. And I don't feel like looking it up right now. I understand Bob has a great relationship with Yelena in Doomsday. Does he have any cool moments with other characters? Especially referring to mentioning that other than Yelena, only one other person is hesitant to use Bob's powers, if you remember that. I do recall what you're mentioning, and he does. That person I referred to is Charles Xavier. Ooh. Alright. So he's going to buddy up the Prof. That could be interesting. I mean, considering Xavier's abilities with, manipulating minds. Maybe he talks to Xavier about getting help controlling the Void. Making it easier to do so. That could be fun. At the very least, it could be a very interesting conversation. Whether or not something like that actually happens. A well-written conversation on this subject would be pretty cool, in my opinion. Werewolf by Night. Is there anything you can tell us about Werewolf by Night by any chance? You know what? I think that might be the one Marvel project I haven't watched any of. I didn't finish Wonder Man, but I watched the first 2 episodes. And I keep forgetting it exists. I need to go back and watch that. Alright. That aside. I've recently come into some neat information that points to a sequel for Werewolf by Night being in development. Interesting. I definitely need to watch the first one. X-Men and Mutants. There hasn't really been any real rumors or leaks going around regarding Mystique in the upcoming X-Men flick. Is she a real probability, or is she a future plan like Gambit? I'm going to be very frank and tell you straight up that I'm the last person you guys should be asking for casting information. That said, from the very little I've heard about the development of the film, they kind of wanted to deviate away from the whole Magneto and the Brotherhood trope and focus on other villains that haven't been seen before. Sinister being at the top of Feige's list, which I'm totally down for. And what I'm totally not down for is fucking Rockpocalypse. No. That is such a horrible fucking idea. And I want none of it. I will be so mad if that's the route they go. Like, butthurt, angry. Like, I'll hate it. Evidently, it's play with my favorite toy, which is a ribbon time for my cat. He'll drop his toy on my foot and then claw it and me simultaneously when he's ready to play. I haven't figured out how to break that habit yet. Because I never see it coming. It's always too late. So it's not like I can stop it, be like, stop him in mid-swipe or anything to train him. It's always too late for that. So, anyway. Yeah, Sinister being at the top of Feige's list. Fuck yeah. Even though it looks like it's not going to be Adam Driver. So my interpretation of that is they aren't actively looking for anybody who's part of the Brotherhood for the X-Men's first outing. Maybe Magneto if they want to establish he exists, but we'll see how that goes. Yeah, we heard that a long time ago, is that there was going to be no Wolverine in that movie and no Magneto. That was one of the earliest rumors. So he's not debunking said rumor. I think he's going off it, even though that was like a super old rumor. Jesus, yep. Here we go. The original X-Men are set to return in Doomsday, as well as other fan favorite characters, but nothing has been said about the cast from the X-Men First Class saga. Do you think they will return in any future Marvel project at all? I heavily doubt it. Not a single thing has been mentioned on that front. Well, that sucks. Because I love Fassbender. I love him as an actor, but he's such a great Magneto. I would love to see him Magnetoing again. So that sucks if Alex is right about that. I mean, really, anyone else from that cast? I mean, McAvoy's cool. He does pretty alright, but if they were like, we'll bring one person from this cast, and for me, it needs to be the Fassbender. Right. Following Brand New Day, we got Jean in the MCU, so I was wondering what versions of the X-Men team's personalities and story will be primarily based upon. What I understand, the idea is to get the original 5 members together with some additions, which are Scott, Jean, Beast, Iceman, and Angel, if I recall correctly, and then with some additions. So, but if the one rumor holds true, some additions will not be Wolverine, but we could be looking at... Well, they did say no Gambit either, so... Jubilee, maybe? Kitty Pryde? I don't know. 5 members together with some additions, and basically establish a coming-of-age story where these characters who have been in hiding due to fear of rejection or persecution are finally stepping out of the shadows to save the world and prove that not all mutants are bad. But I'm sure we'll learn more about it next week at D23. Okay, so this is about a week or last week. So that answers that one question I had earlier that I don't remember what it was about the timing. Oh well. Anyway, Alex, where do you think the mutant saga will ultimately lead for adaptations and or storyline? Namely, the big Avengers / X-Men stuff. There's a lot of things that we could be looking at, but I think referring to it as a saga is a mistake. because there are different routes these projects are planning to take, and not all of them are going to lead to some big crossover event. That's bullshit. Some are going to lead to supernatural crossover events like Midnight Suns. Okay. Others are going to lead to a big mutant event with the X-Men solo outing, which are big enough on their own. You have the cosmic storylines with Nova and Annihilus and the Eternals and Celestials. Nice. So we'll see where it all leads, but I hope that answers your question. I mean, that's kind of what we already knew. They're going to concentrate on the mainline side, the horror side, and the cosmic side. Like, that's been talked about for a while. The soft confirmation of Annihilus again, because that's been brought up before, is cool. Annihilation Wave is dope. Nova, cool. Eternals and Celestials, I still don't see any other. I still don't see personally. The best way to bring back the Eternals and the Celestials is also to bring in everybody else and do the Judgment Day thing. That was hinted at in the. I can't remember if it was the end of the actual Eternals movie or if it was the post-credit. But yeah, to me that's like the best way and probably the only way to really do it and do it well. Following Brand New Day, can we expect to see mutant characters in non-mutant related projects like Avengers films other than Storm, potentially, and Black Panther? 100%. I mean, I would hope so. Whether or not he would use the word saga, it's the motherfucking mutant saga. So yeah, they're going to be fucking everywhere. The Young Avengers champions, blah, blah, blah. Alright, will the Young Avengers / champions members ever be involved in cosmic or space level conflicts in the future? First, let's set the record straight. It's champions. Forget about the Young Avengers, it's just champions. Yeah, but it's still the same basic group and it's still lame. Secondly, cosmic storylines are definitely in their future if they plan to incorporate Novar and Hulkling down the road. However, Vision Quest is going to be a very important project to look forward to if you want to peek at what Marvel has planned for champions. Primarily because in the show, Ultron wants to, quote-unquote, explore life. And this show really is all about fathers and sons connecting, whether it's Ultron with Vision, Vision with Tommy, Vision and Tommy with Billy, or Ultron wanting a son of his own. Huh. Ultron wants to explore life. I don't know if there's going to be a middle ground with that concept. It's either going to be really good or really fucking lame. But from the info that's out there, it's going to be really good. Will we ever see Kate and Elena interact together or team up post Secret Wars? Yeah, that would definitely be like some big potato stuff. Big potato. Small potato. Big potato. Do you think Marvel still has plans to introduce Hulkling at some point? Literally alluded to that up there. Anyway, 100% without a shadow of a doubt, they want Hulkling to appear at some point. Y'all know who Hulkling is? Hulkling is a Kree Skrull hybrid that also happens to be Wiccan's boyfriend. Don't give a fuck about the Young Avengers unless it's to do with the Young X-Men. Yeah, 100% agree with that, sir. 100% agree. All right. With Marvel seemingly moving away from the live-action TV side of media, what does that mean for the future of champions, and especially with Kate Bishop specifically? And Alex, I'm just going to copy-paste this of the message from one of my sources. I really don't know where this idea of Marvel stepping away from live-action TV is coming from. That's just not true. Scaling down productions, definitely, but straight-up canceling TV show productions is not something that's either cost-effective for Marvel or Disney. As long as Disney Plus exists, Disney will continue to ask Marvel Studios to produce content for its platform. It's all a matter of putting quality over quantity. Who the fuck wrote that? Brad Winderbaum? That totally sounds like executive speak to me. I don't know about y'all, chat, but damn, is one of Alex's sources fucking Brad Winderbaum? That'd be crazy. As for Kate Champions, I think they deserve a movie outing, to be honest, but at the same time, I wouldn't mind a series that would allow us to explore the mindset of these characters if done right. No, they do not deserve a movie outing. Because as good as Thunderbolts was, that's not a team that needs its own movie, even though they were setting them up to be the new Avengers. That was the only point of that team being in a movie. Champions do not need a fucking movie. They are not a draw. They will not put butts in seats in the theater. I mean, they would have to make it for like $100 million in order for like it to be anything approaching a financial success. Maybe 150. No, 100. Like that's not a moneymaker in the theater. It's not going to be a moneymaker in the theater. If you're going to do them, which you really shouldn't in the first place, fuck that shit. But since Feige is bound and determined to do them, that's a show. Champions are Disney Plus characters. Period. Moving on. Miscellaneous. Oh, great. With Marvel Television canceling Wonder Man Season 2, is this a significant overhaul that they released the project? Like more special presentations and limited specials? There's definitely special presentations being worked on right now. Werewolf by Night sequel. Heroes for Hire. Heroes for Hire? Fuck yeah. Strange Academy. We've heard about that already. But it's more of a case-by-case basis, I think. But Heroes for motherfucking Hire? Luke Cage and Iron Fist in a special presentation? I'm here for that shit. Hell yeah. The Strange Academy was going to be a show, but turning that into a special presentation? Good idea. Maybe that's what they're going to do. Maybe it's not like a fucking cutback on Disney Plus live action, period. Maybe it's a cutback on Disney Plus live action series, and they're going to drop more specials, which I think is actually a good idea. I'm not saying do 0 series, but if you have like one live action series going, and then you sprinkle in, a couple presentations a year to go along with the one series, I think that's a good fucking plan. I have no idea if that's what they're going to do, but I think that's what they should do. Something along that line anyway. Okay. With the unfortunate news of Wonder Man being canceled, Nova being retooled into a film, which is, again, them concentrating on films over Disney Plus, good idea. And no other live action shows confirmed to be in development beyond Born Again Season 3. Do you think Marvel is planning to shift away from live action? Yeah, blah, blah, blah. No, just focus on quality over quantity. Okay, will we ever get an Avengers movie like the first two, where there is no other team in it, purely focusing on the Avengers? I hadn't really, consciously made that distinction, but yeah. Infinity War and Endgame was about everybody. Doomsday and Secret Wars are going to be about everybody. So yeah, that's actually a pretty good question. We really should, but it's too early to tell right now. Where is Big Wheel? Ask Destin. No, really. Yeah, what the fuck is that even? If the multiverse is less likely to be a major factor in the next saga, what will America Chavez's role look like? He'll be a hero on Earth. Yeah, in Strange Academy. Following Wonder Man's cancellations, what are Marvel's future plans for Simon? Who fucking cares? Okay, I really wouldn't know how to answer that because it all really rode on Wonder Man Season 2. He was going to be one of the prime examples the DODC would use to convince the general public about the threat mutants pose to society. Now, I really wouldn't know what the plan is. I mean, I'm good with non-existent. I mean, no. If they, going forward, especially now they don't have Season 2, just, said, fuck the struggling actor aspect, and we're just going to go full cape shit aspect, then yeah, bring it on. But no more about the trials and travails of an actor. It was a mistake to make that the premise of the show in the first place. like de-emphasizing the superhero stuff in your superhero show. Bad fucking idea. Horrible fucking idea. Yeah, if they concentrate on the shapeshit side of them, then yeah, cool, bring them. With recent adjustments to the upcoming phases, is Marvel Studios leaning more toward open ethnicity casting calls for unannounced characters to expand the franchise's representation? Or are they prioritizing the development of original black heroes from the comics due to cancellations of Blade and Wonder Man? I don't know anything about how Marvel does their castings beyond the fact that they look for actors who have worked on Disney productions within the last 5 years. Really? One small section of my brain is interested in researching that. The rest of it is overwhelmed by that concept. But it's very, very interesting. They look for actors who have worked on Disney productions within the last 5 years. Huh. Does that apply to any of the X-Men cast? Huh. And if I don't look at it right now, I probably won't. But also, we're at 4 hours, so I'm not gonna. Anything that involves 20th Century Fox, Searchlight, Lucasfilm, etc. It's not a guarantee that I'll get them cast, but it certainly does help. All right. Well, I mean, we have the Gosling of it all for Ghost Rider coming off of Star Wars, so I mean that's way within the 5 years. It's within a year, but yeah. Any new developments with Star-Lord? I heard one rumor, but it's not for me to share, unfortunately. And there it is. All done. What do you think, chat? Questions, thoughts, concerns on any of that shizzle? Because if not, it's going to be a very short outro. Just saying. But I want if you guys got a piece to say, then lay it on me. I'm not going to be like, fuck y'all, I'm out. You guys still get your time. Just a very limited amount of it compared to normal. God damn it. That's all. My own cats are here making weird noises. Tripping out. Anyway. You guys got anything? Still interested in Vision Quest? Oh, I'm definitely interested in Vision Quest. Oh, hey, big boy. You gonna get in the right spot for getting the camera this time or no? Don't get cat hair on my can of pop. God damn it. Anyway. Unfortunately, not too much on your mind at this moment. You know what? Depending on how things have been, that might be like exactly what's needed. You know? Trust me, when you're neurodivergent, not having too much on your mind, it is fucking heaven. You got things you want to say, executive judge? All right, lay it on me. Hey, bud. What you sniffing? What you sniffing? You need your chin squeak. What'd you see? Did you see that little bug that I saw earlier? Oh, there you go. Excuse me. You're seeing Brand New Day for the second time tomorrow in Screen X. Ooh, that's cool. That's really cool. This will be the first time I ever see a movie twice in theaters ever. I still haven't done that. Gonna try and be here Friday, but you got family in town. That's priority. Family's always priority. So you handle that. If you can hop in, then hop in. If you can't, you're handling your business. Yeah. All right. Oh, there he is. Oh, you're going to Cyclops chat? I kind of want you to do that. No, you're not. Right. All right. Anyway, I love you guys. Kevin. You're going to focus on the 26-27 slate? Oh, yeah, probably. I mean, yeah, that'll be the majority of it for sure. I agree. All right. Love you guys. Thank you for being here and for hanging for goddamn ever. You're the bestest. And I appreciate you. So have a good day tomorrow and Friday, and we will see you Friday night again, probably about 9:45, and then we'll hang out for a while, checking out this D23 shit. Thanks for being here. Love y'all. Bye. Holy shit, chat. 4 motherfucking hours. You know what, though? It's worth every minute hanging out with y'all. Thank you for doing it. Thank you for hanging for so fucking long. And honestly, part of me saw, there's probably a small part of me that saw that Josh streamed for 3 hours today and went, fuck that. One of my things is I always stream longer than this bastard. Anyway. I mean, if I'm being honest, like, a very small part of my mind, but I'm sure somewhere in my subconscious was like, fuck that. I'm the long streamer guy. So, anyway. Thanks for hanging for so long of an evening. I appreciate you guys. You're the bomb. You're the best. If I ever have a good stream, it's because of you guys. So thank you very, very much. 9:45 Eastern Friday night, 10 p.m. Eastern Saturday night. Come on back. D23 Friday. News plus whatever else we want to talk about further in D23. Starting. All right, much love, y'all. Hit all the buttons on the way out you didn't hit on the way in. And remember, wherever you're at and whoever you're with, always keep it nerdy. See ya.